Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to eerie tales and mysteries. Subscribe and enable notifications. Drop a like. Stay updated on our spine-chilling stories. Prepare for a thrilling ride. Shadow figures and odd occurrences. Genuine question. Has anybody else experienced seeing a tall, cloaked type of shadow figure? No face, just darkness. The first time I saw this, I was in first grade. I awoke from a nightmare to see it in my hallway, about 10 feet away from me, just watching me. I didn't see it again until I was in 7th grade. At this point, I started having demonic nightmares again for a couple of days. When I was laying down to go to sleep one night, I felt something touch my arm. My mom let me sleep with my dog because I was terrified. My dog started barking at the end of my bed. It refused to sleep in my room even. The next night I woke up from a nightmare of this thing at the end of my bed towering over me. I was able to move and I was very aware of its presence. I felt like I was drowning in fear, like I was in the presence of evil. I'm almost 22 now and I haven't seen it since. The only other thing that's occurred is when I came out of my shower recently, I found "Leave Now" written on my mirror. It wasn't written by a finger, but it was quite literally formed from water droplets. The door was locked and I would have seen if someone came in. It wasn't from a past message written on the mirror. I clean my mirror regularly. I wiped it away and I was going to pretend like I didn't see it. But the more I thought about it, the more I've just been reliving things from my childhood. I've honestly freaked myself out. My mom's the only other person that experienced something paranormal in my family. She experienced this once in her life, and it was quite similar to what I experienced. Something is mimicking voices. I moved into my apartment about a year ago. My previous home was pretty active. We heard a train go through our backyard in the middle of the night, and guests would report people moving around in our room when we weren't home. My ex-wife coming home to all the lights on after she'd turned them all off. The timing for my apartment being available was odd, but convenient. I'd always had an urge to ask the property management company if somebody had died in my apartment, but I never did. There have been a few times when I feel like I'm not alone, but I'm not in danger. There have been 3 instances where something was making a direct attempt to interact with me. I was woken up in the middle of the night, and something was clearly in the corner of the room with ill intent. It watched for a moment and wouldn't go away until I recited the Lord's Prayer a few times. Haven't felt that one since. 2. A friend was coming over for dinner, and I don't know what this is, but in this entire writing it keeps saying "and amp" as one word. Am I crazy to think that that's some form of emoji that's turned into a weird text? Because I'm not going to keep reading "and amp." So if you hear weird pauses, that's what it says. So a friend was coming over for dinner. I leave my door unlocked when they do. I always want my friends to feel comfortable just coming in. I was getting out of the shower, getting dried off, and amp, dressed, and amp. Heard my friend say, "Hey, I'm here. I'll call back, I'll be right out." I go to the kitchen expecting my friend. They aren't there. Not even 5 minutes later, my friend comes walking in. I ask if she'd been playing with me and amp. Oops. She had no idea what I was talking about. Her and me both. I was asleep one night, not comfortably resting. Think I was having a bad dream. Something on my mind was keeping me in a shallow sleep. If I remember the dream correctly, something felt impending. Clear as day, I hear my mother shout, and they shouted my name. And amp. in a tone that she used when she was trying to get my attention urgently. My mother had been gone since 2018. I'd spoken to a few spiritual friends and AMP, and they tell me the thing is trying to contact me and AMP. I should ask it what it wants. I am reticent to do that because I know once you go communicating with things like that, you're holding the door open for trouble. I guess my question is, does this sound familiar to anyone? Should I be more alarmed? Update. I spoke with a friend who's a member of the local Lakota and AMP Tuscarora tribes. Windy men are part of the local traditions. I was advised to not acknowledge it, respond to it, or try to reach out to it. If I hear it knock at the door at night and AMP, I don't see anybody through the peephole. I don't open the door, and that's just good safety advice in general. Although I'm not to whistle at night near the woods behind my apartment. I've placed rosaries in every room in my apartment, said a prayer for protection, and AMP. Did a deep clean in my apartment with positive music playing, and AMP, full of positive intent. The mood in the place is much lighter. And now I go to look up what and AMP means, because I'm going crazy. Something in my sleep tells me that I'm not safe. Full disclosure, I am not sensitive, clairvoyant, or perhaps a little on the empathetic side. There have been times where I've been able to communicate with other consciousnesses. That's during shallow sleep cycles. Kind of like lucid dreaming, but feels more like I'm trying to get back to sleep, unaware I've entered a sleep cycle. The other night, I'm at my girlfriend's house, and she's a light sleeper, and my CPAP needed serviced, so my snoring was keeping her up. She had to work, and I didn't, so I sleep on the pull-out couch. I can't completely really fall asleep. I'm drifting in and out of consciousness, or unconsciousness. At one point during a semi-lucid dream, an inanimate object breaks and a voice says, "Not safe." Then nothing else. I woke up completely, and I have an unnerving realization that somebody's staring at me from near the window, but still in the room. This someone was heavy. The floorboards creaked underneath them. There was no footsteps and no sounds of my girlfriend up and moving. My go-to in times of spiritual uncertainty is to recite the Lord's Prayer, and eventually the presence leaves. I'm up for the rest of the night. Some context of the house. My girlfriend is a widow, and her husband died in the house. I've never encountered any jealousy vibes or animosity, but it's important to note. My girlfriend says that when she was young, she would always see a shadow creature, approximately 3 feet tall, standing at the edge of her bed. It would stare at her the entire night. Went away after she moved out of her own place, but she doesn't like staying in the house when she's by herself. 3. The home is blessed by an Orthodox priest every year. Does any of this sound familiar to anyone else? Was I in danger? Are there precautions I can take to keep it from attaching to me? An encounter with I don't know what. So this is 2010 and I was 20. I'm from India, and that day I was coming back from a religious ceremony at a friend's home. I was sober as always. No drinks, nothing. But I did used to smoke back then. I had a pack of cigarettes too. 2 of my friends were returning too, who had lived a little bit far away from my home. All 3 of us came to get on their motorcycle. Then they went home and I walked alone to my home. It was around 12:05 at night. When walking toward my home, I see someone who is far and who's walking toward me. I keep walking, but as the distance between us was reducing, The view was becoming strange. I couldn't figure out what that thing was. I felt a bit scared, but also curious. So I kept walking, and when it was really close, it felt like a woman carrying a kid in her arms. I was just hearing a dog crying, and the voice was coming from her side. It's like the kid was crying in her arms in a dog's voice, but the image was still unclear. It was a few meters distance, and I thought of facing the thing and fighting it. But suddenly, I felt like she opened her arms and nothing dropped, and she placed toward me. My patience just ran out. My heart started pouring and made a dash to my home in the shortest time span ever. I have no memory of what happened after that. Well, after I came home and went into my room. But my parents told me I was roaming around smoking in the house shouting strange things, that they were scared for me. And apparently, that suddenly I left home. They followed me for a while, but I outran them. And that's all they know. And the next day I woke up in a temple. A Lord Hunaman temple. We worship him. Since my childhood, I'm a devotee. I have no clue how I reached temple, but what happened to me. But I woke in the feet of the Hunaman statue in the temple when I came home. That thing never appeared again, and in fact I became mentally strong and never have ever feared again. Bold thought, statement. But that night was something. That thing had got its hands upon me. I don't think I would be normal today. Tried to find out what was that thing, and I heard stories many people told. I even met one victim of that thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but they say the thing becomes active in September month, and whoever it gets its hands upon loses its mental balance. The victim I saw had been kept in chains. That's because he becomes violent any time. I lived in a haunted house. This was right around when I was entering 8th grade. I remember all the events vividly like it happened yesterday. This house we had was amazing. It was a huge one-story house. The backyard was massive, like boarding a riverbed, and there was a huge metal shed in the back that looked like it was used to work on semi-trucks. It was a 4-bedroom house. Although my brother's room, which was technically a den, converted to a room, it had a long corridor to get to the other parts of the house. The kitchen was long, like a hall lined with counters. To get to the 3 bedrooms on the other side of the house, we had to pass the living room and then walk down the long hallway that was L-shaped. My mother's room was at the end of the long hallway, which is where most of the worst events happened. I only know my other siblings' and parents' encounters because they told me as I was an adult. Where before they didn't want to scare me, because I also had my own experiences. It started with small things like uneasy feelings, weird smells like baby powder, misplaced objects, knocking on doors early in the mornings. But the first major incident was when my uncle lived with us. We were sitting in the living room and we had one of those old school big screen TVs. You know, the ones that basically took up the whole corner of the room. There was my uncle's phone on the top charging. And keep in mind, this is flat surface as my mom had decorations on top of the TV. We were watching TV when suddenly we all watched the phone light up the corner of the room, super bright with just the screen. Before my uncle could move to check it, it flew off the TV. I don't mean like it slid, it legit flew. We all got startled. My mom came running from the kitchen. My uncle, which was about in his 30s at the time, explains exactly what happened. In shock, he said, "No one touched it. It lit up bright, then frickin' flew off the TV." We all kind of brushed it off, but it was nonetheless the first event of many. The next event kind of jumps from harmless to major. My brother was in the kitchen watching his plate from breakfast, and suddenly he explains feeling a dreadful feeling. He said he ignored it. As he was standing there, he said it felt like a gush of wind passing behind him. He even said he felt a tug on his shirt. Thinking it was one of our many siblings, he spun around to see who was there. There was no one. He was alone. Kind of freaked out, he told my mom what happened, since she's the most spiritual out of all of us. She's a big Christian. Stay with me because, well, we're kind of jumping around in the timelessness based on harmless encounters to the worst ones. I remember getting ready for school one morning. I began to feel the anxiety and dreadful feeling. Began to scan my room, and as I tied my shoes in the chair facing the doorway, I caught a glimpse of an all-black hand wrap around the door frame of my room. I jumped back, and I seen an all-black face peer from the corner of my door frame. Its face was pasty black, its eyes were all black, and it was wearing an old feather hat. I jumped up and screamed. It quickly disappeared from the doorway. My mom came running in, and I explained with tears in my eyes about what I had seen. She didn't play it off and started to pray with me. This is my last experience in this house, although my other siblings continued to have things happen. It was my bedtime, and I shared a room with my older brother. I didn't like sleeping alone after seeing whatever that thing was at first watching me tie my shoes. My brother had a late bedtime because, well, he was in high school. I would go to bed first alone, and I remember being scared but falling asleep. I awoke to a silent, dark room. I couldn't move. I looked around the room from my top bunk bed, and we had these huge glass mirrors for closet doors. In the reflection, I watched a creature crawl out from under the bed and hop up onto the bottom bunk where my brother was sleeping. It was staring at me. It had piercing red eyes. The only way I could explain it was as an evil monkey. I began to scream and cry because I couldn't move. My brother began to wake up, and this thing hops off my brother's bed and quickly goes underneath the bed. My brother jumps up and turns on the lights. I explained what happened as I couldn't move and talk now, or rather I could, I guess. He went to get my mom. I remember being terrified that he left me alone in the room to get my mom. She came in and we prayed. Then I went to bed. These next events are all for my siblings. My sister often had vivid dreams of a body hanging from the window in the restroom, even to the point that she had a dream of my oldest brother hanging there. There's something about that wall in the restroom in the window. Everyone felt uneasy about it, even before my sister ever mentioned the dreams about it. I remember being woken up by my brother. He explained that he was in the restroom, and as he sat there, he said he became fixated on the wall and the window. He began to feel panic and fear. He said the lights flickered, and he caught a glimpse of a noose hanging from the window frame. He freaked out and quickly finished and ran out of the restroom. Now, I've never seen fear in any of my brother's eyes. That night was different. He asked me to stay awake with him that night. I agreed, and we talked all night till the sun came up. There was light in the room. We both fell asleep once enough light was in the room from outside. This is from the perspective of my older sister. My sister would often hear children playing in the hallway from her room, or inside her room. The sounds changed from just laughing in small voices to children calling her name. She would explain when she took a shower, she would hear them outside the door calling. When she would be in her room, she would hear them calling from down the hallway. She was always freaked out, and still to this day, she said she hated that house. This is from the perspective of my older brother. He was asleep when suddenly he was awoken by a loud noise. He explained that he tried to move but couldn't. The bed began to shake violently. The walls were cracking and shaking. He thought there was an earthquake. Yet he couldn't move. As he lay there helpless, he said he was almost like a train was running through the room. Everything was shaking. There were sounds of a train coming over the tracks. He said he closed his eyes and he started to pray. When he opened them, the room was back to normal. No cracks and no shaking or noise. This same brother would have this same experience multiple times, except every time was different. Sometimes you would hear trains and people talking like a busy train station. Other times you would hear children screaming and crying. To this day, he has no explanation. And this is my half perspective and half my sister-in-law's. For perspective, we have a dining room which had a door to the front of the house. It was connected to the long kitchen. The doorway to my brother's room was on the right. We also had a computer in the corner, and I remember watching a movie in brother's room, which was the den converted into a room. We all fall asleep on the floor. I remember being woken up by a loud sound. I hear my sister-in-law saying, "What the fuck is that?" I rolled over, and I said I heard that too. Everyone around us was asleep. It sounded like somebody was on the computer typing on the keyboard, with the occasional clicking of the mouse too. She said to go check, and I was way too afraid due to the past events. I reluctantly did check, and I saw nothing. The computer was off, and we were both freaked out, but after a while, I went back to sleep. This is the beginning of my siblings and parents seeing things. One of my brothers were walking through the hallway and explained seeing a figure of a man standing in the doorway of my mom's room at the end of the hall. He said it looked at him and reached for the doorknob and walked outside of the patio. This is one of the scariest things to happen. My uncle was living with us still at the time, and I remember walking in the door with my parents. He immediately stops us and says, "You guys have demons in this house." Something seriously wrong. I remember the despair on my parents' faces, like knowing exactly what was meant by it. He explains coming home to an empty house. No one was home. He walked into the doorway and looked down the hall. He explained seeing two small children run from the corner of the L-shaped hall and into my sister's room. The one that always heard the children calling her and playing in the hallway. He was surprised because his logical explanation was that, my mom left some of us to do something. He walked into my sister's room to ask what we were doing home alone. He didn't find no one in the room. He said he checked everywhere, no children. Just then he heard laughing in the hallway. When he looked out of the hallway, he'd seen the same small children run from the bathroom into my room. He was now confused because he said no one passed him to go, back out of my sister's room. He said he was upset and called out her names and to come out of our hiding and to stop playing. He searched the whole house, found no one. He was home alone. I remember sitting there scared shitless because the last room they entered was mine. And this is my mother's story. She explained that my oldest brother, who worked nights, would sneak into a room in the early morning and sit on the bed to let him know that he was home, and he would get up to drink coffee and just talk. She explained being woken up by the sound of her door opening. She said that she had a feeling that it was not my brother. Instead of my brother coming straight to the bed, she heard her cupboards open and someone rummaging through them. Then they closed and she heard footsteps heading toward her bed. Then she felt somebody sit on the bed. She turned around to say hi to my brother, but no one was there. She explained there was an impression on the bed as if somebody was sitting there. My mother, being the God-fearing woman that she was, she laughed and began to pray. That's when she said the impression disappeared and she also heard footsteps leaving her room. And this is the same brother who had the something pulling on his shirt in the kitchen. It's the same thing. He was washing his dish, except we're all in the kitchen cleaning up from breakfast. Suddenly, he said he felt a gush of wind again and something pulled him harder. He turns around to see and remembers getting up off the floor with everybody around him. And from my perspective, he blacked out. He collapsed into the floor with no warning. We had the paramedics come, but he was fine. But no one could explain what happened. This house was something evil. We always knew something was wrong, but we finally had the answers. We were all in the living room watching TV one morning. I remember my mom opening the front door. She moved her attention to some random guy standing in the front yard. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I used to live here when I was a kid." My mom said, "Oh, you did?" He said, "Yeah, like 20 years ago." My mom said, "Can I ask you some questions?" He said, "What do you want to know?" "But before you ask, yes, the house is haunted, or cursed," he said with a scared look. My mom, just shocked, asked him to explain. He began to explain all the experiences that we've been having. My mom, shocked, says, "What about the knocking or the baby powder?" He says, "Oh, that was my mom. She had a heart attack in the back restroom. Don't worry, she would knock on her doors in the morning to let us know that she was still around, since she did that when she was alive. She would wear a lot of baby powder for some reason, like it would fluff off of her when she sat down, which explained the knocking early in the mornings and the powder smell throughout the house. He said that you have to be careful for the Native American chief." We all at the same time said, "What?" He pulled out his phone, pulls out a picture. It's a picture of a developed photo. That's funny. It shows people on the patio at a party. They're standing in the front of a bar that we have in the backyard. Behind them is a huge figure with a sheaf hat on. Feathers and all. Except his face is black and so are his eyes. Explaining what I'd seen when the figure was watching me tie my shoes. The man explained that there are several ghosts and demons in the house. He even explained that they had a theory that somebody hung themselves in the restroom. Also explaining the dreams my sister would have and my brother seeing the rope. We thanked him and he rode his bike away. We never seen that guy ever again, and he was riding a bike. Couldn't have lived too far, but we never seen him again. After a few years we moved out of this house, and I was happy as I could be. Well, all these experiences ended once they moved, and I remember being in high school and my friend was talking about how we just moved across the street. Explained the house, and it was the same one. I warned him. He laughed and said nothing's happened yet. A few weeks later he came up to me and said, "Okay, I believe you. I was in the fridge getting milk this morning and no one was home, just me. And somebody came super close to my ear and I could feel their breath on my neck, and they said in a deep, deep, low voice, 'What are you doing here?' Throughout the school year, he would tell me all the things that happened, which in turn were way worse than what we experienced. I believe my mom would protect us with her praying. The Vanishing Man on the Park Swings. I was at the park with the kids, 11 and 8, and my dog, 45-pound Dutch Shepherd. The park equipment has a 4-foot fence around the whole thing. The sidewalk leads from a dock to the parking lot with a fenced-in park on the left, if walking toward the parking lot. The entrance to the park is on the opposite side from the parking lot, closest to the dock. Me and the kids were walking toward the truck to leave. We saw an older man and a woman, 50s. They got out of their car, which was parked directly beside my truck. Both were dressed very nice. Sunday dress. The woman walked to the bathrooms on my right, and the man in a button-down, tie, dress pants, and shoes walked toward the fence and the kids' park. I glanced behind me to make sure the kids were on my heels, and I shit you not, within 2 seconds that I glanced behind me and looked back for the man, thinking that he was going to walk past me, he was already on the swing and swinging. The kids immediately looked at me, and my daughter said, "That man is so strange." He was laughing and swinging and looked my direction, and in a friendly pass-by, I just said, "The swings don't swing as high as they used to." He replied something along the lines of, "And they weren't this squeaky either." The swings were loud and rusty. I got to the truck like 4 or 5 seconds later. It was a very small park. I turned my head to check for him again, and he was gone. The swing was just violently swinging as if he jumped off of it and vanished. hurried the kids into the truck and walked the dog around the corner to the side, which was directly beside their vehicle, and they weren't in there. They weren't in the park. Nowhere to be seen. When I drove off, I asked the kids if they thought the whole interaction was weird. They immediately said yes. Not sure who these people were, or how the hell they moved so fast and apparently just vanish, but it felt like an odd glitch in the Matrix. It's been on my mind for a few days. Is my grandma communicating with me? When I was 13, my grandma, otherwise known as Grandma Nadine, passed away. Over the last few years, I've had many experiences, some bad, some good. The biggest was when my 2-year-old, she's 3 now, excitedly ran into my kitchen yelling, "Your grandma's here." When I asked, "Who?" thinking of course she meant my living grandma, she walked back into the living room, got into my face, and said, "It's Nadine." Now, the only issue with this is at this point in time, she hadn't really been told much of anything about my grandma. So I got no clue how she knew to do this. Recently, a few other things have been happening. I've been having a hard time at least, which has happened a lot recently. I asked my grandma Nadine to please watch over me. Well, the other night I was in the car and I was beginning to have a major anxiety about driving. I asked out loud this time, and I usually don't, for Grandma Nadine to watch over me, and my car radio shut itself off. I turned it back on since the music helps relax me when I drive, but it immediately had the volume go all the way up. I turned it down some, and then it went all the way down. Thought it was malfunctioning, so I turned it back off. A few minutes later, my anxiety was getting so bad I had to pull over. When I was parked at the side of the road, the music turned back on, and I realized it was the Eagles, Hotel California. This was my grandma's favorite song. So I told my mom, and she said that she believes it was my grandma letting me know that she was watching over and that I would be okay. As for the part about my radio going crazy, my mom reminded my grandma, as sweet as she was, that it was also kind of a prankster, thinks grandma was messing with me. How I went from a skeptic to a believer. In the past, I was quite the skeptic when it came to the paranormal. I wasn't one of those jerk skeptics who would tell people to grow up or to ridicule them. I enjoyed listening to ghost stories. Some I thought were more believable than others. For instance, I found the ones where people saw, heard, and felt things more believable than stories in which people were badly hurt, killed, or property damage was done. Still, as I enjoyed the stories, I always took them with a grain of salt. Though, as I have had more strange experiences, I took ghost stories more seriously than before. Well, not the super crazy ones. And this will be a post on my list of experiences I had which led me to being a believer. With only one P in post. The very first strange experience or thing that I've ever experienced was when I was about 6. I was at my babysitter's house, and one day I was walking down a hall. The door to the restroom was wide open. I looked inside and everything was fine. Went back to walking and then I heard a noise. When I went back to the restroom, I saw a drawer had opened, so I ran back to the living room. When I was 11 years old, I had this constant feeling that there was someone in the apartment my family and I lived in. During the morning and afternoon, I would be distracted with schoolwork, family, friends, and TV. Though once night came, the distractions and noise would dwindle. You were able to focus and notice things more. Whenever my family was home or I was alone, I would feel like there was this person in a white robe roaming the halls at night. One day, I was alone and the feeling got so bad I stayed outside in a cold November night for 2 hours until my family came back home. I don't know if it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but from the porch I was able to see into the window. I saw the curtains moving as if somebody walked past them. What's even more strange is that I got that feeling once more, but instead of feeling as if it was someone in a robe, it felt like there was a man lurking around. It happened earlier this year. My grandpa had passed away and my family to Mexico for the funeral. I had to stay home doing, I was in college. I was all alone. In those 2 weeks they were away, I was paranoid. I would stay awake all night in the living room with all the lights on in the room. Constantly had this feeling that there was a man wandering from room to room. I would think I would hear doors creak open or close, and in the morning when the noise of people filled the air, I would check the rooms and find nothing amiss. Now, this story is the reason I went from skeptic to believer. The rest I thought was due to me being paranoid, either because I was a kid or due to losing someone close. This one, though, I have no explanation for. In 2020, I took a year off due to an error with my transfer to a school. I decided to work and I got a chill job as a janitor. I enjoyed my time there. I had to clean 4 clinics with a 3-person crew. Each clinic was about 30 or 40 minutes apart. The only problem was that the people I worked with at the time were not reliable. 2 times I had to clean all 4 clinics on my own because multiple people didn't show up for work. My first strange experience in this job happened at Clinic C. It was placed near a creepy alley and in a small town where the activity dies at night. While cleaning, I constantly heard a dripping noise. I went to the sink. I thought I was making the noise, and I looked under it looking for a leak and nothing. Stayed a while to try and pinpoint where the sound was coming from, and again nothing. I struggled and went back to cleaning. And then when I left the room where the noise was coming from, it started again. My final experience happened on a Thursday, the day before my last day there. It was at the biggest clinic. It was at D Clinic. It had both clinical and dental services. There were a lot of stories on how the nurses would hear things. They said they could hear a lady scream, and one day I closed a door to a restroom and realized it made a loud shriek whenever you closed it. I assumed that was the noise they kept hearing. Another day they said they would hear a loud, clatter. One day there was a silvered tray for the doctor to put his tools on. One of the legs holding up the tray was flimsy and it would constantly fall. So I assumed that was the noise that they heard. As for me and my coworkers, they were finishing up. One of them and I were waiting for the final coworker to finish mopping. We were in a large lobby and it connected to the dental lobby area as well. There's a glass in the lobby that lets you see directly down a vertical hall to the horizon hall that leads to a patient's room, and a lab and the dental area. The floor was wet and most of the lights were off. My coworker asked me something and I looked at her and responded. Then I looked back at the hall and I see a pair of legs walking around past a wall, toward the lab or door to enter the dental area. I called for the mopping coworker. We all know not to walk on the wet floor, but she may have forgotten and walked on it. Though she answered from behind me, she was finishing up mopping in the entrance to the lobby. I then went out to the left of the lobby, down the dry hall, which connected to the horizontal hall I saw the legs walking in. I looked down the hall and I saw no footprints on the floor. The legs had sneakers like the nurses wear and black scrubs like they wear as well. Told my coworkers and they both said they heard nothing and saw nobody else in the large building. Told my mom when I got home about what happened and she gave me her input. She said that since a lot of people go to the clinic, one of them may be carrying a spirit, good or bad, and that spirit may have gotten attached to the place and stayed behind. She could see I was shook by this experience and tried to cheer me up. It worked and I acted like I wasn't affected by it. But I was, and to this day I know what I saw. It was more than likely the one making the noises the nurses heard, and it was real. I know it was. I lived in a haunted house. When I was a kid, I lived in a haunted house. I'll preface this by saying I'm generally a very rational person, and I'm a skeptic by nature. I didn't grow up in a family that was religious or into the supernatural, and if I hadn't experienced these things myself, there's no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't believe in it today. Our house was built in 1912. On the outside, it seemed like a totally normal house. The moment I stepped inside that house, I felt uneasy, and I couldn't explain why. My sister and I shared a room upstairs. I was sitting on my bed in my room one day, facing the doorway. It was one of those accordion doors that would click closed, and there was a space of about 2 feet at the bottom where it didn't reach the floor. It was only my mom and I home at the time, and she was downstairs. I heard the floor creak outside my door in the hallway as though somebody was walking into my room. Then I saw a white mist-type figure passing by my door. At first, I thought it was my mom bringing laundry upstairs, and I waited for her feet to appear near the door. But they didn't. I went and peeked under my door to see who was in the hallway. There was no one there at all. There was no wind, no way it could have been a curtain blowing. I definitely saw something pass by my door. Another day, I was in my room alone again. My family was downstairs in the kitchen at the time. There was a wardrobe by the door that had a lamp on top of it. I was sitting on my bed again, and all of a sudden the lamp started to violently rock back and forth. It scared the shit out of me, so I immediately ran downstairs. My family could see I was scared and asked me what was wrong. I told them what happened, and they all looked at each other. I discovered later they tried to protect me from knowing any of the paranormal experiences that happened there. Another day, my sister and I were in the living room. It was summer, and we had one of those window air conditioners in the kitchen window. My dad was just finishing building a detached garage outside and had turned the breaker off. That way he could finish wiring the electrical to the garage. Well, there was no electricity at all in the house. We were just sitting there, and all of a sudden we hear the air conditioner turn on. My sister and I looked at each other and ran outside. My parents asked us what was wrong, and we told them how the air conditioner turned on by itself. My dad said that was impossible. There's no electricity going to the house. We had no explanation for how it turned on. Another day, I was in my room. We had one of those big fans that sat on the floor. My sister would always yell at me for leaving it on when I wasn't in the room. On this day, it was really hot, so I purposely left the fan on. I went downstairs to have a shower. Only my mom and my sister were home at the time. I came back up to my room and the fan was switched off. I immediately felt uneasy because I knew I'd left it on, and I asked my mom and sister if they'd gone upstairs while I was in the shower, but they hadn't. No explanation for how it turned off. This was back in the days where we would record songs off the radio on cassette tapes. So one day I guess I forgot to press stop while recording, and left the room. When I listened back, it sounded like a man and woman arguing on the tape, but couldn't quite make out what they were saying. There was no one in the room at the time. When I would go to sleep at night and the lights were out, I would see what I now know were probably orbs, but at the time I had no idea what it was. It was like static electricity in the air. I don't know how to explain it. The closest thing I've ever seen to it are sparklers. It used to scare the shit out of me, and I would run to my mom's room and tell her that she would say it was just your eyes playing tricks on you. Don't pay attention to it. I would try to go back to bed and hide my head underneath the covers. There was a spirit that would stand in the corner of my room and watch us constantly. After we moved out, I told my mom one day that her new house felt so much happier than her old one. She asked me what I meant. I told her how our house had such a heavy atmosphere and felt totally different and always felt like I was being watched. I asked her if I was haunted or if it was haunted. She finally admitted to me that it had been that they had tried to protect me from it because I was the youngest. I described two of the ghosts to her. The female that was always in the corner of my room and the male spirit that stayed in my brother's room. I described the time period that they were from and how they were dressed. That the woman was in a long, dark dress and the man sat on the floor in my brother's room and looked out the window. No idea how I knew these things, and turned out I was pretty close. Except for the woman wore a black veil that hid her face, and the man actually had no legs, or had, which is why I thought he was sitting all the time. While we lived there, I had a reoccurring dream where I saw a little girl in a white nightgown. They were cowering in the hallway outside my bedroom and crying because the house was on fire. I was constantly paranoid about fires while living in that house and would constantly check the electrical outlets throughout the house to be sure everything was okay. After we moved, I worked at our local library, and there were tons of resources about the history of the town. Turns out, before our old house was built in that exact location, there was a hotel that used to stand there in the late 1800s. It had been burned to the ground, killing several people. My dad was the only one who didn't, have any experiences while we lived there. My mom had the most experiences, and I think at first he started to think that she was losing her mind. It wasn't until my siblings and I started telling him about our experiences, and specifically me with the lamp incident in my room, that he started to think something was wrong with the house. My brother worked late nights, and he would get home around midnight. He would walk through the dark house to get to his room and would often hear someone calling his name. He thought it was our mom and would go into her room to see what she wanted to find her asleep. Eventually, he would rarely sleep there. He would sleep at his friends' or girlfriends' houses instead. My sister and I shared a room. We had the female ghost dressed in a black veil who would stand and watch us in the corner of her room. One night, my sister woke up to find someone sitting beside her on her bed holding her hand. She thought it was me, asked what I was doing. No answer. She looked over at my bed and I was there, sound asleep. She looked back and the figure was gone. And to this day, she sleeps with her head underneath the covers and her arms tucked under her. My mom had multiple experiences. I'm not even aware of all of them, and honestly don't want to know. I know she said that there were at least 5 spirits in the house, plus others that would pass through. In our basement, we had an old cold room, and this apparently is where the spirit portal was located in our house. Not sure why it was there or how it got there, but I think previous residents had dabbled in things that they shouldn't have. As I said previously, there was a hotel that had burned down at that location, killing several people. I think previous residents could sense the presence of these spirits and dabbled with Ouija boards or seances to contact the spirits and ended up inviting in dark entities. Just a theory, but I believe people who lived there before us made the situation worse. My mom is very sensitive to spirits and had experiences with all of them, I think. The woman in black was a protective spirit and would communicate with my mom quite a bit. I believe that spirit protected me from the other spirits also. My mom was walking down to the basement one day and she lost her footing, started to fall. She suddenly felt hands on her chest and pushed her back to an upright position. She never saw anybody and just felt them catch her as she fell. Another day, she was vacuuming my brother's room, but the phone rang. She ran downstairs to answer it, and while she was downstairs, she heard the vacuum start up and being pushed across the floor. She ran back upstairs, but by the time she got there, it had stopped. She was the only one home at the time. We had so many issues with phantom calls in that house, and this is before cell phones, so we only had a landline. The phone would ring constantly. Nobody would ever be on the line. Or we would hear static, or as though there was a muffled voice on the line, but we couldn't really make out what they were saying. I don't know how many times we had the phone company come to check it out only to find nothing wrong. Then it escalated. My dad would get up to leave for work in the middle of the night, and then after he would leave, we would get a call from the person who would say, "I saw them leave for work." This freaked my mom right out, so the police they became involved. They were trying to trace where these calls were coming from. We had to keep track of the time, the calls that came in, and what was said, if anything. They never really were able to trace those calls. We moved shortly after and had the same phone number. Calls stopped as soon as we moved out, and we never had issues again. Before we moved, my mom was really worried they would follow us. The woman in black was very religious. My mom had an old Bible beside her bed. One morning she woke up to find the Bible open beside her on the nightstand, and these words were highlighted. "And this house will be my home forever." Thankfully, they didn't follow us. I'm very sensitive to spirits, and they have had other experiences throughout my life, but that'll be for another day. I hated that house. I was so happy to move, and I'm grateful for the experience. That's because now I know our spirits do continue on after death, just in a different way. Spirit experiences over the years. I don't typically see spirits in a traditional sense. I have seen a couple physically in front of me, but the vast majority I see in my mind. I get a mental image of them, and I also can often sense their emotions at the time. Sometimes they try to communicate, but it's all telepathy, or telepathically. When I was in university, I was trying to find a class. The building I was in was old, and the room was supposed to be on the second floor. I went up the stairs, and as I walked towards one room in particular, I suddenly could see in my mind a soldier. He had short dark hair and was dressed in an old-fashioned green uniform. He had a bayonet in his hand. He was charging me. He was very upset, and I was there, and he was yelling at me. It scared the shit out of me. I turned and ran back down the stairs and ran out of the building. Months later, I had to go to the building again. Downstairs only. There was no way I was going back up there. I noticed a plaque embedded into the wall that said the building was dedicated to the soldier who died in World War I. I had a part-time job at a conference center. Part of the building was an old house. There was a story that it was haunted by a man. All I knew at the time is that some employees who worked the front desk had reported seeing him over the years. One day I was near the area where he'd been seen before. I had a mental image of the man. He was older, maybe in his 50s. He was dressed in what looked like old work clothes. He was balding and missing teeth. He reached into his pocket and showed me a pocket watch and smiled, as though he was amused. In my mind, it's like a camera zooming in and zoomed in on the pocket watch. Then he put it back in his pocket, turned, and walked away. After this, I was curious about the ghost story there. I looked into the man who supposedly haunts it. Turns out he was accused of stealing a pocket watch and was hanged at the gallows. At the time of his death, he had been located across the street. Sentenced to death over stealing a watch. Whew. At one point, I was looking for a new place to live. There was an ad for a small bachelor apartment located near a friend of mine in an old house. When I went to look at the place, I could feel the spirit from the street. I went in to take a look at the place, but I knew even before I walked in the door that I couldn't live there. The spirit there was a very stern Victorian woman. She was in a purple dress and really didn't like me. She stood in the room the entire time looking at me disapprovingly. That was while I was there looking at the place. The ad was for a sublet, and the woman who lived there currently was acting a bit weird, like she was desperate to get out of that place. I don't think the spirit liked her either. The spirit seemed like maybe she had run a boarding house or something at one point and was very picky about who she allowed to live there. There's no way I would ever live there myself. I might be able to grow on her. I lived in a house that was built on a cemetery. When I was in university, I lived in an older house that was built beside a church. The house was over 100 years old, but I'm unsure of its actual age. I lived in the basement and had a few housemates. Didn't know at the time it was built on a cemetery. It was discovered shortly after I moved out. Weird things would happen in the house, but I'm still not sure if it was haunted or just purely coincidental. I would hear footsteps above my room late at night, and when I would ask the next day who was in the kitchen at 2 a.m., my housemates would say they never came downstairs at all. My one housemate had a cat, and the one day we were in the kitchen, the back door opened by itself and the cat walked in. My dog did that again. I did see what I believe was a shadow figure in that house. I had a bookshelf beside my bed and had a Buddha statue on top shelf. In the middle of the night, there was a huge bang. When I woke up, I saw a black figure jump from the bookshelf to the floor, run up out of the room. The shelf with the Buddha figure had fallen off the bookshelf, and the Buddha had smashed to pieces on the floor. I thought at first maybe it was my housemate's cat that had somehow knocked the shelf off, but the next morning when I told my housemate what had happened, they said the cat had locked in their room with them for the night. Shortly after that, I moved out. The house was owned by the church, and there was a parking lot in the backyard, and the church was adding an addition. It started construction and digging up the parking lot behind the house. During the construction, human remains were found, which obviously halted the construction, until it was determined why the remains were there. It was found that before the house existed, a small cemetery had been on that land. At least 30 skeletons were found, and not sure if they were able to determine the identities or why they were buried there. For some reason, when the house was built, it was decided to build on top of the cemetery, and the records of the cemetery's existence was either lost or forgotten over time. I'm not sure if other housemates had experiences there. It was a creepy house, and I do remember them mentioning hearing things at night and not liking to stay there alone. Unsure if it was haunted, but weird things definitely did happen there. Something on the road. A few years ago, I had a miscarriage. I was devastated, and I was grieving. My husband and I visited my in-laws one night. They lived in a rural area with few streetlights. It was a typical fall night, and we stayed at their place until around midnight. It was clear. No rain, no mist, no fog. Just a clear, cool fall night. Since it was late and there were so few people that lived in that area, the roads were deserted. It was just us alone on the road. All of a sudden, my husband and I both saw something in the middle of the road in front of us. He slammed on the brakes with the exact same moment that I yelled, "Watch out!" And in the middle of the road was what looked like a dog or a wolf. It was in the form of a white mist. It was definitely there in front of us, and we definitely both saw it at the same moment. We had looked at each other in disbelief, and when we turned back, it had vanished. I said to him, "Did you see that too?" He described seeing a transparent white dog that appeared out of nowhere. I only saw half the dog or wolf, the front half. We have no explanation for how we both saw the same thing at the same time or how it had vanished into thin air. We were very freaked out the rest of the way home that night. We were afraid it was some sort of bad omen, but nothing bad happened. I've often wondered if it was related to the miscarriage I had shortly before that. Maybe a sign of some kind. How do you explain this? Last week, my wife had minor surgery. I own a motorbike and I drove her to the hospital for check-in. The surgery took 30 minutes and the doctor said that we could leave after 6 hours of observation. So by the time of discharge, it was already 2:30 a.m. I didn't feel confident driving at night, and I was pretty nervous to drive the bike with my recently operated wife. Understandably. So I called a cab and sent her home, and I took the bike home. There's 3 routes to get home. The easier and adequately lighted route was closed due to road maintenance. The longer route, which was almost going to take me twice as long, at least to get home, and the shorter route, which is a narrow road with minimal lighting and less traffic. My favorite road, or my favorite route, as I commute to work every day. I was exhausted. I was already nervous about riding at night. Keep in mind, my nervousness has nothing to do with paranormal stuff. It's more of a vision issue and past driving experiences at night. I picked the shorter route as I'm most familiar with this route, and I even came to the hospital on the same route. The shit hits the fan when I'm halfway through this route, and I felt sudden chills and goosebumps. My heart rate elevated, and I was almost certain I was not alone. I couldn't see a single vehicle in the last 20 minutes. The night shadowed every possible sound, except for my motorbike. I was checking my side mirrors again and again to see if there was any other vehicles in either way. Suddenly, I saw a figure sitting backwards in my pillion seat. My heart nearly stopped. I blinked, and it was gone. A few minutes later, there it was again, with long curly hair and a dark shirt. Couldn't make out if it was a guy or a girl. I blinked and it was gone. Didn't see it anymore throughout the journey. I reached a traffic stop and puked my heart out. Finally, I can see vehicles. I'm almost home. Shaking and had an unexplained fever. Told my wife the whole thing. The next morning, as usual, I took the same route to work. I kept checking the spot where I saw that figure on my pillion seat. Kept checking my side mirrors and never saw that figure. I often drink chai or tea from a stall on the route. Told the owner about the experience, and I've known him for a long time. He said a couple of days back somebody died in that spot. The guy was talking on the phone on his bike parked on the side, and a mini truck at high speed hit him and he died in the spot. He had the same motorbike as mine, even the same color. My paranormal experience as a kid. I've experienced paranormal activity ever since I can remember. Because of this, I've never really been afraid of it. Actually, I've always been very interested in it. One of the scariest experiences I've ever had happened over a long period of time. I was around the age of 3 to 7. Every night at around midnight, my grandmother would fly up to my window that was on the 3rd story. She would continuously knock on the window until I would eventually wake up or go over to her. She would tell me to go down to the woods. Keep in mind, my house was surrounded by thick woods all the way around. These woods always gave off a really sickening vibe. Side story, but my parents would always send me out to play in the backyard by myself. I had such a bad feeling about the woods that I would always sneak back inside because I didn't feel safe outside alone. One time my parents locked all the doors to get into the house because I kept sneaking inside after they sent me out. I stood in between the door and the frame of the door crying and begging them to let me in. I was a very adventurous kid and I would do everything to explore, but I wasn't afraid of being alone outside in anybody else's houses. Anyways, she would often put some kind of an odd explanation behind it, like I'm gonna take you shopping, if you get in my car, follow me to the woods. And somehow I just knew it wasn't her. She just didn't get off the same energy as she normally did. However, I would still wake my parents up and ask them if I could go into the woods with my grandmother. I know it wasn't a reoccurring dream because it would happen, to not only my little sister but my mother as well. Got to a point where my parents had to board up my window. My grandmother wasn't the only thing that this creature would take the form of. Around that time, my parents boarded up my window, and there's a little girl with beautiful blue eyes and wavy blonde hair. She would always skip into my room with her pink Victorian dress and white tights that appeared to glow. She would also tell me to go into the woods. Once again, having a weird explanation behind it. The one I remembered the clearest was my Nana having some toys for you to play with. But she will only give them to you if you go into the woods. These experiences stopped as soon as I moved out of that house, and recently I heard about a creature known as a skinwalker. Sounds very similar to this. However, I'm pretty sure skinwalker can only change into animals, so it's still unclear. Still wonder what would have happened to me if I'd gone out into those woods. Step into Paranormal M where the supernatural is real. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay in the loop on our newest spooky adventures. And drop a like. Keep the light from going out. Get ready for chills and thrills. A shadow figure. When I was 10 years old, I had the most vivid nightmare of my life. I was at the top of the stairs. I was saying goodbye to my parents when I sensed something was behind me. I turned and saw a huge black shadow figure standing over me. No matter how hard I looked at it, I simply couldn't see a face. I remember calling for my brother, who used to babysit me at the time. No one came. The figure started to raise its arm over me, and I knew it meant me harm. I screamed out for my brother. I woke up in a cold sweat. Never in my life been so frightened by something I assumed was inside my own head. But when I took some comfort, I did in the fact that it was only a dream. Sometime later around Christmas time, 2003, I recall coming downstairs around 11 to fetch myself a glass of water. I passed the living room, the door was open. Being a kid, I always stopped to take a glance at the Christmas tree. The room was empty, my parents were upstairs in bed. I could hear my brother in his room playing video games. I continued to the kitchen, and I got a drink. I headed back up the hall. Again, I stopped to peek at the Christmas tree through the living room door. In the chair by the window, I saw someone sitting there, a tall figure that was completely cast in shadow. Immediately, I was afraid, but I thought that perhaps it was my father having a late-night cigarette. Called for him, and there was no answer. The thing in the chair just sat there, completely still. It took a moment, but I eventually realized that I could see the orange glow of the streetlight through whatever was sitting in that chair. I remembered thinking I was dreaming, remembering the dream I'd had months before. Being a dumb kid, I tried pinching myself. But obviously, nothing happened. I remember the adrenaline and the cold chills. I was frightened of this thing, whatever it was, so I bolted for the stairs. From there, I could see into the living room. I looked once more and I saw the shadow thing standing from the chair and moving forwards. It looked and moved like a man, except for the fact that it was semi-see-through. I remember I took the rest of the stairs at a run and spilling most of my water all over myself. I looked in on my brother, and he was still there. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened. Eventually hearing my father cough from inside his bedroom, I knew then for sure that thing was neither other male in the house. I ended up sharing my brother's room that night. He offered no resistance, saying that I was in a bit of a state, but I never spoke of what I saw. I guess over time, I just didn't think about this anymore. Maybe I convinced myself that I imagined the whole thing, but this past summer I had another dream. First time in over 15 years. It was a waking dream of sorts. I was in bed at about 5 a.m. What I recall most vividly was the sun streaming through the window and filling the room. I remember flopping my head to the side and staring at my bedroom door. It was there, this huge shadow figure that was as tall as my bedroom door. I could see the outline of a head, shoulders, a torso, arms, but absolutely no features. Again, it was just black, and once again I could see the bedroom door through it, as though it was not entirely solid. I'll never forget the feeling of my heart leaping into my mouth at seeing this thing. I shot up in bed and I screamed. I literally screamed the house down. Cue frantic scrabbling and pounding from the next room and my dad charging in, finding me hyperventilating in bed. "What, dream?" I remember he asked. He was clutching his hunting knife. I agreed and I sank back into bed. After the shock wore off, I started recalling the experience prior. That was a weird glitch. I can't deny it. That too. I can't deny it causes discomfort, but I dismissed it as just a dream and even joked in following days about waking the whole house. It was maybe 3 weeks later and I was home alone. It was maybe 11 p.m. to midnight. I'd gone to the kitchen for some reason and I was stood over the sink. I looked up and caught my reflection in the kitchen window. I had the lights on and it was dark outside. It was clear as day. Behind me, as I was by the sink, was a tall, lanky shadow figure. Again, I saw head, shoulders, arms. I have chills right now just recalling this one. It's fresh. I know it was no dream, no far-off memory. I turned around and there was absolutely nothing behind me. Glanced back at the window and it was still there, reflected behind me, so I ran. I charged through the hall, up the stairs, and into my room. My intent was to grab my phone and call someone to come home. I remember so vividly that as I reached for my phone off the vanity, the loudest, deepest growling sound I've ever heard seemed to come from the upstairs. It was from the hallway outside of my room. I know it's not a brave or cool thing to admit, but I dove into the closet at that point and I hid. It was about half an hour or more before I felt brave enough to come out and turn the lights on. Although I got some comfort when people returned to the house, couldn't sleep and began thinking of the previous dreams. The figure I'd seen so many years before in the living room. What if this was somehow connected? Well, that's my story, and the first time I've ever written it all out as one. It seems insane. I'd really like to extend my gratitude to my brother for helping me recall these instances, and to you, if you've taken the time to read all of this. You are very welcome. What do you think? If this is all the same shadow figure, am I being haunted by something? And if so, why? Please, if there are any paranormal experts or investigators with any theories, I'd love to know. After the recent experience, I'm terrified of seeing this thing again. I'll let anybody interested know of any further appearances. As a lover of horror movies, I believe in the paranormal, but all of this, experiencing such fear, it's made me skittish to even watch something frightening. Sometimes you'd prefer uncomfortable silence. Years ago, probably about 2 decades, I just moved from Calgary, Alberta to a small town in northern Alberta, probably about an hour from the capital of Edmonton. The reason for the move was that my grandma was sick with cancer. Or rather, Grandpa. He had a stroke, and so my mother, younger brother, and myself moved the 4 hours to be with him and my grandma. We were going to move into the basement, and I was about 6 at the time. My younger brother was 5. My grandma's upper middle class in Canada, so her house is nice. Probably about 70 years old at the time of this story. Things were sort of odd off the bat. Getting lost in the house, fogging memories, I would have this uncomfortable feeling. If I was ever alone in a room, I would have it happen. A couple of weeks into staying there, and I would have restless nights. My younger brother and I shared a room, and there was always these shadows that stood behind us. The shadow had an uncanny resemblance to Anubis. Though I wouldn't have had this revelation until much later, when I was older and happened upon the image of Anubis. I would have just dismissed these things as imagination, and that it was dark, except my brothers had the same experiences. Now, that was creepy, but what happened next took the cake in my book. Adjacent to our room was my grandma's old room. Or, I guess as they're saying, the cold room. It was connected to the laundry room, and it's where she put the cat litter. Also in this room was a grand piano. We weren't allowed to touch it or go into the cold room because we could hurt ourselves, apparently. One night, while the adults were upstairs, and same with the cat, we were downstairs beside each other. We were in bed when we heard piano notes coming from the room inside. Instantly, our breath caught in our throats, and we immediately bristled. It only played 3 notes. Never did that again. I'm an atheist and I don't believe in ghosts, but out of all my life experiences I've had, this creeped me out. Brother tells the exact same story as well. Ever since that time, all the creepy feelings of that house disappeared. Haven't had another experience like this, and I thought I'd share. I lived in a house haunted by two entities. Since my mom and dad are divorced, I live in two separate homes at any given time. While my mom tends to find places that are well cared for and in decent conditions, my dad often invests in bottom of the barrel. Back in about 3rd grade or so, my dad and I had moved into a 2-story house in a pretty friendly neighborhood. We knew some of the neighbors and all that, but the house, well, it always seemed sort of off. A lot of the time I felt uncomfortable or unsafe. I'd cry a lot when I had to sleep since I felt so vulnerable being in my room alone. So, given my fears, I'd often sleep on the couch since our living room was close to the front door. Unfortunately, there was one night when my fear of sleeping in my room was completely abandoned since I saw something I decided was worse. It didn't look particularly scary, but the vibe it gave was enough to scare me away. Standing with arms slightly raised from its sides stood a completely black figure in the archway of the kitchen. It looked like a cardboard cutout almost. No texture, no visible depth, just black and empty. I was horrified. I ran off to my room and I ended up sleeping there. The second spirit in the house, though, was never really threatening. It always seemed to be a father figure, almost given I'd always been, having strained connections with my dad. The spirit was definitely a man, looked to be in his 20s, early 30s at the latest. He never gave me a horrible vibe, just the occasional accidental spook when I saw him in reflections. He'd look over my shoulder while I played with toys or sit in one of the chairs in the living room, which I saw his reflection in our TV. He'd always been so warm and inviting. Part of me really wants to go back to that old house and confront that horrified me, or whatever it was that did horrify me. But I'd be pretty hard up to explain to my skeptic dad. Experience. Saw an angel. Heard it maybe. Possessed? Maybe. Recently, some things have made me remember experiences from my childhood which I wanted to share. See if anybody had similar ones. When I was around 6, my mom and I moved to Cuernavaca. It's in Mexico. Think of a heavily forested, rains heavily half the year sort of a place. We moved into an old house, and a lot of strange things happened. The first big thing was as I saw what I believed to be an angel. I was standing with my mom looking at the yard, and we had just finished cleaning. It was by a fountain, and we saw a blonde angel. It was wearing white robes, but I didn't see wings. They might have been folded back, but it was beautiful and with bright light all around it. I couldn't tell its gender, but it was looking at the fountain with its hand out as if it was reaching for it. I looked with my mom, and she was looking the opposite way. When I looked back, I just saw the back of the angel's robes as if it were walking around the back of the house. I didn't tell anyone, and shortly after, stories of ghost sightings were being heard around the town. A couple of weeks later, I was sleeping, and I awoke, feeling a bit frightened. I heard a soft voice. Sounded like a woman, and it said, "Do you want me to help you?" And I got freaked out, went underneath the covers, and I fell asleep. One afternoon, after waking up from a nap, I opened my eyes to see my mom staring back at me with a pale face. I asked her what was wrong, and she just said, "Alex, are you okay?" I replied, "Yeah." It wasn't until later that she told me I'd woken up once before with my eyes bloodshot. Apparently, I'd begun growling at her and scrunched my hands as if I had claws. Of course, I didn't remember waking up before, and my eyes were clear. The last thing I remember is the one when I was on the TV one morning. There were these strange symbols written on the dust of the screen. They looked like words, but in a different language. Not like any I've seen. Middle Eastern, Hebrew, Asian, Latin, Slavic, so that was strange. After these events, my mom took me to the lady who tons of people visit every day. She doesn't charge anything, and she's sort of like an oracle, I suppose. My mom asked her about me, and she just said I had a lot of light. Then she took me to a quote-unquote witch, and she did some ritual, and lit herbs and chanted some things I don't remember. She had me lay in her lap and told me to close my eyes. She told me to open them, and on command, and when I did, everything was normal. But there was a green tint on everything, like wearing sunglasses with green lenses. Then when I blinked, everything was back to normal. If one saw green, it had a meaning, and I forgot what the lady said. How are you going to do me like that? The Hat Man. What do you think this was? I had this experience probably around 7 or 8 years ago, but I still recall it in great detail. Myself and some friends had been at a wedding party and decided at around 2 or 3 a.m. that we'd like to have a wander around, so that my friend could smoke a spliff away from the main guests. Being a local, I said that I knew a place a couple of minutes away that would be a nice place to sit and have a couple of beers and smoke. The place I mention is a very large oak tree in the middle of a nearby field, and it was a full moon and clear skies or close to it. It'd still be fairly light out. As we approached the field, down a long set of stairs next to the woods. A field next to stairs. I stopped dead and I told everybody to be quiet as I clearly saw a human-like figure by the oak tree. Being so late at night and far from houses, I didn't expect to see anybody around. All my friends told me I was seeing things. After looking again, I too believed that maybe I had just seen a shadow or something. Stepped over the gate and into the field. But as I got closer to the tree, I then saw this large figure appear to stand up from the ground and stare in our direction. Seemed to be around 6 or 7 feet tall, wearing a large, like a trench coat, large rimmed hat, and was all black like a silhouette. This time my friends had also seen it, and it started to calmly and massively quickly walk towards us as we all sprinted back toward the steps. These were the steps we had first come down. I looked back and I estimate that the figure had gained around twice the distance that we covered running as fast as possible, while appearing to walk very calmly and never running. Once we got back to the road, it was clear that it had stopped following us, but we stayed in the area for around an hour just to see who it was, and nobody ever came up the stairs. The only access to these woods. Stairs go into woods, really. I'm convinced that this was something supernatural, and was hoping some people on here might be able to shed some light on the matter. Tunnel in the middle of the street. This experience I had still frightens me to this day. It frightens me for the reason that I don't know if it really happened or if it was my imagination. It was about 3 or 4 years ago. I lived in an old neighborhood in Chicago. Not the downtown area, but a modest working-class area with very old brick homes that mostly haven't been updated in a very, very long time. One of the few areas around that haven't been remodeled or touched in decades. One night, a couple of years back, I went to sleep rather early. It was a Saturday night in the summer. Not many people were outside due to the fact that there isn't much of a nightlife in my neighborhood. A few hours passed of pleasant sleep, but then I woke up and there were no loud sounds, nothing out of the ordinary. I just woke up. As I laid in my bed, I got an urge that I've never felt before. I got up, got dressed, and went outside. I had no idea what I was doing out there. It almost felt like something was perfectly right about, me doing this. But I had no control that I was. When I got to my door stoop, I noticed the street light that was directly in front of my house was dim. I was surprised, so I looked to my right. See if all the street lights were like this, and they were. As I looked left down my block, I noticed the street was lowered and a giant tunnel entrance was right in the middle of the street. It was about 10 feet tall and made from brick. It looked incredibly old and dusty. Usually I'm not a curious person, but it felt right to go into this tunnel. As I walked closer, I noticed a giant pool. It stretched back into the tunnel and made a right turn down a corner. The pool was completely lit up underneath and shined bright. I looked around and didn't see anyone. There were no lights on or any of these houses. It was dead quiet, so I decided to venture in. I climbed into the pool that was roughly 4 feet deep so I could easily walk or swim if I wished to. I decided to walk just so I could see what's ahead. I followed the pool path, and after a few minutes of walking, I saw ahead of me an exit. It was exactly like the entrance I came through. I just got out of the pool and walked forward out of the tunnel. When I got out of the exit, I looked around and I saw nothing but trees surrounding this old brick road I was standing upon. I looked straight ahead where the road went to, and there was a massive building. It looked like a banquet hall almost, but old. There were streamers and flags all across it. It almost looked like an old circus would have looked. It was completely dark out except for the light shining through the windows of it. I continued down the road and I got closer to the building. I slowly went around the side of a bunch of old wooden crates and looked in. There was a massive event going on inside. It looked like a ball or some kind of social for the town. The music was nothing I've ever heard before or since. It's like classical country mix. Then suddenly I got that urge again that everything felt right, like I was being controlled. I decided to walk in through this door near the crates. As I entered, everything froze. The music was still, but every single person froze in their steps. All at once, every person in there turned around and was staring at me like I didn't belong at all. I'll never forget the blank, hollow expressions on their face. Almost a look of caution for me. That exact moment, I felt like I got a grip on reality and what was happening, and I backed away slowly, but when I went on a full sprint through the doors and down to the road into the tunnel, I didn't look back at all. I was terrified of what might be there. Got to the tunnel and lunged into the pool and swam all the way back. I quickly got out of the pool, dashed out of the exit. What I saw next almost made me black out. The tunnel was gone. There was nothing there, all the streetlights were back on, and the houses had lights on. Still feeling uncomfortable, I ran back into my house, sat on my bed, and I must have blacked out due to fatigue and anxiety. The next morning, I woke up and was laying in bed thinking to myself, what a horrible dream. After a few minutes, I decided to get up. That's when I noticed my shoes were on, my clothes were still on, and my bed was soaking wet. Not just by my pants, I didn't piss myself. But my pillow was soaked too, like I just got out of the shower and didn't dry off, and my shoes were soaked as well. Never forget that moment. I'm still in shock. I don't know if it was a dream or what. And I'd like to know what the water smelled like. Followed by a demon. So it might sound bizarre, but when I was 17, I moved to a different country to attend the school there. The Saint Anne de Bellevue was a small little city near Montreal with a giant McGill, like a McGill U campus next to it. Really nothing special about the city aside from the huge-ass lake. So I was extremely lonely and vulnerable at the time. My whole life got turned upside down, and add bitchy students and my social anxiety, and you got, an asocial kid with depression. Later, around October, I started to get paranoid that somebody's always next to me and following me around. I'd walk down the street and feel burning gaze on me, make me turn around and anxiously look around. The haunting feeling never left me. When I'm home, I felt the presence still. I started hearing unexplainable noises from upstairs, even though I lived on the first and last floor. Constant thumping and creaking noises. I felt presence in the dark corner of my room as if something was there and looking at me. The dark figure with no shape or form, but still chilling and feelable. Thought I was getting crazy. Even contacted my aunt, who's a doctor, and asked her, am I going crazy? If I'm paranoid 24/7. She said you might just be under a great stress. So I shrugged it off. I fast forward to March. I was already so drained. The feeling never left, and I kept feeling the gaze and the presence. Being Muslim there's no mosques. I couldn't pray there, so I just kept chanting Bismillah to keep myself sane and, safe. That's what my dad always taught me. He said, whenever you're scared to talk to God, he'll protect you, and I did. In March, it was the 5th month of me being paranoid and terrified of my own shadow, and I felt extremely suicidal and depressed. I didn't feel the joy of life anymore. Constant issues within myself only made it worse. I somehow managed to get through the last 2 months of terrible school and made it out. Got back home, and I was so relieved. The feeling never left. It only got worse, and I actually started feeling physical touches of it. When I lay down, it laid down on me. Whenever I passed the mirror, I felt like I see something there. I keep hearing unexplainable sounds and things moving and creaking. I slept with the Quran next to me every single night. Came to the point where I couldn't even sleep properly, feeling the gaze on me. I keep getting deeper into my depression, and I felt even more numb than before. I kept seeing it, the shapeless something in the darkest corner. It was dark and scary, radiating terror. Never felt so alone and helpless. One night I was scrolling through Wikipedia on my computer, and then something caught my attention. There was something next to me staring right at me. It almost made my heart stop. That's when I decided that this needed to stop. Before that, unfortunately, I made a lot of mistakes. Keep saying to myself that it was the depression, but now I feel like it was just scared of everything. I resigned from university and went to my grandparents. I stayed at their home for quite some time. I decided that I no longer want to keep it in me, so I told my other aunt about the strange occurrences. Unlike my parents, she trusted me. Being from a country with a strong religion before Islam, we still have people who practice shamanism. My aunt contacted her and told her situation. The lady was kind enough to meet us at the apartment. Some people might say she's fake and a charlatan, but she never charged us, saying that it's her duty to help people in need. And I do believe that she has some powers we can't fathom. She made a ritual, put a candle next to me, and instructed me to close my eyes, not to open them until she finished. She proceeded to chant prayers and gently tapped and hit me with her ritual stick made out of an animal hoof. Rather, it was made out of an animal hoof, leather ropes, and wood. The candle went wild. The fire was raging and the smoke went completely black, as my aunt told me. When she was over, it took about 5 or 8 minutes. I turned around, saw that more than half a candle was already burned, and the wax pooled on the plate. She said that I'm followed by a demon that fed off my misery. She said it always latches on to the most miserable and desperate people who are alone and vulnerable. They drive them crazy until the body just gives up. She told us to buy a small lead ball or an ingot, and we did that. Upon returning, she redid the ritual with prayers and fire. She kept praying and chanting. The shaman heated the lead until it was liquefied. When she was nearing the end of the ritual, she threw the hot liquefied lead onto the footpan full of icy cold water. I'm going to go with pool. She did all standing next to me while I was afraid of lead falling on me and getting burned. Yeah. Fortunately, I was spared from burns and pain. The shaman then proceeded to take out the solidified lead out of the water, and when she showed me the form of it, it gave me chills. It looked like an ugly face with little horns or something sticking out of it. Out of the safety issue, she told me so. She never let me take a picture of it. She explained to me what it was and what it needed from me, and then carefully wrapped in multiple layers of tissues, fabric, and plastic bags. The lady said that we should find a place where no one will ever find this thing. Dig a hole and seal it in there. So we went to a big dumpster that's been in the city for so long and dig a whole bunch and deep enough to fit like this lead form in. She advised us to bathe in salted water to purify the body and cleanse the negative energy. And here I am a couple of years later, completely free of worries and paranoid thoughts. I would say it was a quick recovery process since I was paranoid as a leftover habit, but the first night after the exorcism, or if you want to call it that, was the calmest night of the longest time. Believe it or not, but I just wanted to share it in case, well, it might be helpful to some people and interesting to others. Indeed. Something that happened 13 years ago. So my older brother and I were talking tonight. It brought up some old memories of their old haunted farmhouse. Just a little background about us. I met my brother and my two older stepsisters when I was 11 at a country fair. My mom took me and my two sisters I lived with all my life to. She threw these three other siblings on me all at once and told me that my father, the sperm donor as I like to call him, that he had 3 kids through a previous marriage. Well, the first weekend I went to stay with them after a few weeks of going to their house as a way to sort of help me bond with them better. My two older sisters I had lived with came with me because they became friends with this other part of the family that I'd never met before, to help me feel better about staying the night with them. Well, my older brother and I were staying up late bonding for the first time over our love of baseball games on the PS1. So we were playing the PS1 with both doors to his bedroom open, just in case the girls wanted to come in and switch out to give one of us a break from playing the game. We started noticing the doors in this old farmhouse closing, so we just thought that the girls were up playing around at 1 a.m. All of a sudden, we heard somebody run down the steps full speed. One of his bedroom doors were right next to the staircase. We didn't see anybody come down the stairs, so we just brushed it off thinking maybe we were just hearing things. Until the PS1 shut down all by itself. So we turned it back on and went back to playing the game. Only this time using cheat codes to turn the baseball players' heads into pencil heads. Later on that night, we hear the fridge open and a jar of jelly come crashing against what we thought was the floor. We go into the kitchen. There's glass and jelly all over the wall directly next to the fridge. So we start looking all over the place trying to find a culprit. Wound up cleaning up the mess and going back to the room to play our game. Maybe 30 minutes later, we say baseballs in the bedroom and it's starting to wobble in a circular motion. Then all of a sudden it stopped and we could hear footsteps running up the stairs. We chased the sound all the way up to the room where all 4 of our sisters were dead asleep in 2 bunk beds. Still gives me nightmares to this day, along with the other stuff that happened in that house. There's a few more strange things that happened in that house, but it's one of the ones that still creeps me out the most. Driving across the state. Back in January of 1995, while driving home on leave, I experienced something strange out of a movie. I was getting ready to be deployed to Gitmo for a joint task force mission. I needed my parents to take care of 2 kittens I had adopted a few months earlier. The drive home would usually take around 6 to 7 hours. I didn't mind the drive. Anybody who's ever driven down through Texas knows that you can drive for quite a while and not see another car on the road. So it's about 9 p.m. and I'm about 15 minutes outside of Seymour, Texas, heading toward Dallas. The 2 cats that for the most part had taken up residence on the back section by the rear window had been sleeping. It was here that things started to get strange. I noticed about 200 plus meters behind me another vehicle's headlights. Thought nothing of it. A few moments later, the cats both start making this moaning noise over and over again. Figured they needed to go to the bathroom, so I pulled over. I'm in the middle of nowhere with these 2 cats freezing because it's January, waiting for them to do their business. After about 5 minutes and a cigarette, I decided to put them back in the car and gave him a little dry food and just began heading back down the road. So 10 minutes go by and I see headlights again behind me, possibly a little closer than before. Both cats jump up to the rear window and start making their noises again. It's here where I realize that the car behind me earlier never passed me when I was supposed to be stopped. I started to slow down to let the vehicle pass me, but after going over a hill, the headlights just vanished. No car ever drove by. I went through another small town and stopped to stretch my legs, and it would have been around 10 p.m. now. Wouldn't have much longer to go. Started back on the 2-lane interstate, and I was moving along around 65 or 70 miles an hour. And sure enough, about 10 minutes out of the town, the lights returned. And this time, I said screw it, stepped on the gas. As I approached a bridge heading into the next town, I blew past a police car. He, of course, turned around and lit me up. Pulled over and rolled down my window and showed him my driver's license, military ID, and badge. He asked me what the hurry was, but seemed sort of distracted while he stood next to my car. He kept looking up at the sky. I told him that for the past hour I was being followed, and that no matter what I did, the vehicle behind me just basically kept pace with me. He let me off with a warning, told me to take a right at the flashing stoplight and cut through town. He said that he would stop the next car to come through and check him out. He also mentioned that they were receiving multiple claims from nearby residents of weird lights in the sky and noises. Thanked him, and I did as he suggested. Didn't have any other issues the remainder of my trip home. If anybody else has had a similar incident or an encounter, I'd love to hear more about it. Never stop to help, because you never know. This story took place in Texas, back in the fall of '94. I was traveling from a small town outside Dallas called Grapevine. I was heading to my duty station in Lubbock, Texas. I would never take this route again after what happened this night, along I-20. I was traveling alone, and I had left around 7 p.m. on my road trip across Texas. If you've ever been to Texas, then you know that you can drive for hours on end and still be in Texas. Anyways, the story takes place about 30 minutes outside of Abilene. It would change my life forever. I decided to stop at a rest stop along the highway to stretch my legs and take a piss. I noticed a woman in a late 70s model Ford parked in a lot. That was when I got out. I went and did my business, had a smoke, and before I left I noticed the woman still sitting in her car. So I walked over and knocked on the window, which startled her. And I asked if she was okay or needed help. She smiled and said that her tire was flat and that her battery had died while she was waiting here. I asked if she had a spare tire, and she said no. I asked if anybody was coming to get her. She said that her daughter was supposed to, but it's been several hours of her waiting. I asked where she was going, and she said Abilene. So I offered to give her a ride if she wanted. She started crying and said that would be wonderful. So we started heading to Abilene and make small talk. I told her I was in the Air Force and I was heading to Lubbock. She said that was wonderful and hoped that I really enjoyed it. I did notice that she kept looking in the mirror. So I asked if she was okay with me giving her a ride, and she smiled and said everything was fine. She was just happy that somebody stopped. So we finally get to her house in a small suburb. It's just outside of town. She thanks me for her ride and hands me a scrap of paper with her home number on it. She asked that I call her when I get to my destination so that way she can know that I made it safely. I thanked her and I said I would, but I'd wait until the morning since I knew it would be late when I arrived in Lubbock. I arrived at Reese AFB. That was late at night and stayed on the base of there's a hotel on the base, so an on-base hotel. I got checked in, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning I got up and got dressed for the day, and I went to find my unit HQ. I didn't even think about the night before. I had so much to do, checking squared away, and, wouldn't be for another 2 weeks before I came across that scrap of paper with the number. I felt bad that I hadn't kept my promise to call. So I decided to stop, and I gave her a call. I called the number and a young woman answered the phone, so I asked for Sandy. The woman on the line said, "Who?" I apologized and I said, well, maybe it was Sandra. She asked who this is. I gave her my name and explained that I'd just given her a ride a couple of weeks back. She said that I must be confused. I read the number off the paper in my hand just in case I dialed the wrong number. She said, no, I had the correct number, but I couldn't have given her mother a ride home because she passed away in the early 80s. She was apparently driving home and began having car troubles. So she stopped at a rest stop just outside of town. When she didn't make it home, her father, the woman I was talking with, became concerned. It was at that time that there was a knock on their door and 2 state troopers and a local police officer were at their door. She said that a trooper saw the vehicle stopped at the rest stop, stopped to check it out. What he found and what she told me gave me the chills. Her mother had been brutally raped and her head was bashed in and somebody had slid her tires and disconnected her battery. And the worst part was, she didn't die right away. There was bloody handprints on the window, steering wheel, and the shifter. She was trying to leave and the trooper said that they didn't have any suspects. But there were times that certain motorcycle clubs would pass through at night, and I described the car and what her mother looked like, what she was wearing as best as I could recall. She definitely didn't look old enough to have a daughter my age. Her daughter just started crying and asked that I not call back. A few days later, I received word to report to the squadron commander, so I headed over to her building. When I arrived, my captain called me into his office and began asking me questions about where I lived and when did I drive and what route I took. I immediately knew something was wrong. We then went into a briefing room where my CO and the Texas Ranger and State Trooper were seated. I introduced myself and I took a seat. They began by asking the same questions my captain had previously asked, and why I had called the number and spoke with the woman. I explained everything as clearly and as much detail as I possibly could. They then finished taking notes, and as the ranger asked who needed a smoke, so my CO excused himself, and the captain, the 2 officers, and myself stepped out back to the smoking area. This was when the ranger informed me that he was the trooper who had found the car back in the early 80s, and that the only reason he came out today was because of the details I mentioned in the phone call to the daughter. The trooper said that they get calls about a stranded woman every so often, but when they get there, they never find anything. So, in closing, be careful who you decide to help because not everybody is who they seem. I'd like to state that for the reason specific timeframes aren't given due to the personal nature of these events. And I will retort with saying nothing bad really happened by helping this person, so why are you telling people not to help people? It's not like it turned into a protective spirit / ghost. Background. So back in the early 90s, we lived in this house attached to the back of a general store. The house and store were pretty old, maybe early 1900s, late 1800s. Out in the store there was a cellar that was originally used to store goods back in the day. When my parents bought the shop, the cellar was collapsed and we couldn't access it anymore. Local historians said that the town used to be, apparently used to use the cellar as a holding room for the undertakers back in the early 1900s, because it was cool, apparently. So on to the story. The house and shop were always cold. I never felt alone in that house. Would have been 4 or 5 at the time. I distinctly remember waking up one night, an old lady in a yellow dress who I'd never met was sitting on the bed opposite mine. I remember hiding underneath the blankets and calling out for my parents. When they came, the lady was gone. Never spoke to them about it until I was a lot older. My mother also had 2 encounters with this lady in yellow, which I found out about later on in life. My mother isn't the kind of person who would make up stories for attention or embellish them. She recalled them once seeing a lady in yellow standing at the end of her long hallway. Apparently, they watched her do housework. She stood at the end of the hall for 10 or 15 minutes before disappearing. This was before I'd ever mentioned the lady in yellow sitting in the bed in my room. The other time, she had an interaction with the lady in yellow, and it was something that she said she would never forget. Another woman, we're going to call her Sharon, had begun hanging around her family, trying to court my father. I don't know the details of how far she got my parents, but I didn't divorce anyway. So Sharon had been hanging around, family friend and all that, and one day my mother confronted her about everything in her lounge room. They argued. My mother asked her to leave, opening the front door and told her to get out. As Sharon went to leave, she stopped and turned to abuse my mother once more before she left. Now, my mom said that as Sharon raised her finger to point at her, there was a massive gust of wind that came from inside the house and a flash of yellow. Next thing she knew, Sharon was laying on the ground outside the house and something had pushed her over backwards out the door. She said Sharon was as white as a sheet, got up and ran without saying anything. My mother and I were the only people in the family that ever saw the lady in yellow. My father lived there for years after the divorce and said he never saw anything. Said that they were making stuff up. My brother never saw anything either. I'd like to think that my mom and I are connected to the lady somehow. Maybe we have a gift, or maybe she only shows herself to some people. Profound experience with psychic, whom I didn't believe until now. For some backstory, my father died in February of this year, for reasons that can be simplified as the result of years of debilitating alcohol addiction. I have 2 older sisters, and out of all of us, I can say for certain that I've had the most difficult relationship with my dad. His alcoholism didn't get really bad until the late 2000s. That's when a number of compounding factors likely led to him drinking more intensely. The recent loss of his mother, my older sisters growing up and moving out, and him getting his position in his job changed to a very unsatisfying one. And the compounding financial trouble that he's always had with regard to my mom's lack of employment benefits. This coincided with the latter half of middle school for me, and my entire high school life. So, for most of my adolescence, I only knew him as this deeply despondent man who seemed to have nothing to live for. While my sisters were able to grow up and move out, I didn't have such an opportunity, and I had to bear the brunt of his neglect. Flash forward to September, my mom makes an appointment with the psychic that we've seen before for similar reasons. We wanted somebody to assess the spiritual side of the family and give us some advice going forward. Me, my mom, my sisters all arrive sequentially. She works from home, so we arrive at her home where she does work. The first thing that she notices when starting her session is that she felt a very heavy feeling of apology in the room, and that whatever was causing this seemingly walked into the room before we even arrived. She distinctly wanted to point out this feeling of apology towards each individual person in the room. This alone wasn't really noteworthy, but then she started being able to bring up details that were persistent, or rather pertinent, to his death. Like a strong aroma of alcohol and seeing blood clotting within someone's body. She was also able to bring up the fact that he was found deceased by my mother, down the exact detail of being able to sense that she stopped momentarily before opening the door, having a strong instinctual feeling that he was dead. But what really got to me was that, in elaborating on this apologetic mood, she sensed that these emotions were directly towards me in particular. She made it a point to emphasize that this feeling of apology was directly towards me the most out of everyone in the room, even my mom. At this point, the unemotional daze I was in for the beginning of the session went away, and I nearly broke down sobbing on the floor. I was able to control myself before that happened. I still don't believe she's 100% accurate with what she was telling me, as it comes with human error and the ambiguousness involved in the messages she received, but that, I am most certain that was real. That had to have been my dad in some form. It completely matches the apologetic personality that he had in his life. I inherited a cursed family heirloom. Let me start off by explaining that I have a fear of mirrors. Sure, as kids, my cousins and I would dare each other to go back and lock ourselves in a completely dark bathroom and chant Bloody Mary 3 times in the mirror to see if she would appear and eat our souls out through our eye sockets, but I'm sure many of us kids did. However, that's not where my fear of mirrors started. It was when my mother hung a large golden-framed mirror in the hallway of my childhood home. It was gifted to her after a family member passed away and quickly became one of her favorite pieces in our home. Myself, on the other hand, absolutely hated it. It gave me the creeps, the way the strange design on the gold frame formed in malicious-looking faces. My mother just laughed at my overactive imagination, apparently, when I commented to her about it. Then, when I would sit to watch TV in the lounge area, I could see the mirror from my peripheral vision, since our hallway connected to the left of the room. I always felt an angry stare coming from the reflective glass. Most of the time, I brushed this off, until the shadows started appearing. At first, this was really only in my peripheral view. I would see what looked like a figure, and it was darting across the glass. That changed late one evening when I was watching cartoons on the lounge room couch. I heard my name whispered. I just knew it was coming from the mirror as my heart sank to my stomach and every hair in my body stood up. I slowly turned to look down the hallway when I caught a glimpse of someone or something glaring at me through the mirror. In a split second of me wanting to run and scream, I watched the mirror suddenly drop and hit the hardwood floor beneath it with a loud thud. I was too shocked to say anything as I heard my mother's rushed footsteps coming down the hall and heard her gasp. She saw her prized heirloom laying on the floor. "What happened?" she asked, as she knelt to pick it up. "Did you do this?" she demanded in a tone that she only used when she was truly angry. "No, I didn't. There was someone there. It just fell." I felt my cheeks burn hot as I stumbled over my words. My mother's tone stayed stern as she explained that there was no one else home. Well, no one else but she and I. And how she had my father check multiple times to be sure the mirror was securely hung on the wall. "Objects do not just jump off walls," she exclaimed while she held the mirror out in front of her to inspect the damage. I was surprised to see the only damage to the mirror was a jagged crack right down the center of the glass. My mother tucked the large mirror under her arm best as she could as she walked down the hallway mumbling about getting it repaired soon. My mother stored the wretched mirror away in a supply closet. I was grounded for the evening for lying about a serious incident, in quotes. While I was angry for being grounded for something I didn't do, I was more relieved that I'd not have to look at it or deal with that stupid thing for a while. Not long after the incident, my father accepted a promotion at his job. It required us to move away from my childhood home. We moved into a new home a couple of towns over, and I never saw the mirror again, nor did I dare to ask about it. While my mirror phobia stuck with me, I never had any more actual creepy experiences with mirrors. Well, at least not until 3 months ago. Life was great 3 months ago. My husband and I purchased our first home and we had finally got settled in. Couldn't wait to show my mother just how much of her interior decorating skills I inherited. She came down one evening and we had the best time. I gave her the ground tour and we reminisced over coffee on the enclosed porch. As the sun began to hide behind the mountains, I walked my mother to her vehicle as she had quite a drive home and work early the next morning. "Can't believe I almost forgot," my mother half shouted as she excitedly tore open her backseat driver's side door. Before I could ask what she was talking about, she pulled out a large package that was wrapped in sky blue shining wrapping paper. There's no way I could not give this to my baby girl, her first housewarming gift. She grinned while rubbing her hands together. "Go on, open it," she laughed. I smiled at her as I ripped and gripped the beautiful paper and began tearing it to shreds. Just as I was telling my mom this wasn't necessary, I stopped mid-sentence. My eyes locked on the person staring up at me with a shocked expression. It was as if time had froze. As I realized the person staring back into my soul looked dumbfounded. It was my own reflection. My own reflection, encased in an all-too-familiar creepy golden frame. "Do you remember it?" Oh, you just loved it as a kid. It's time to pass on this beautiful piece. I heard my mom's voice bring me back into reality. Yeah, I remember it. I fumbled over my words as confusion burned like acid deep into my brain. Did she not remember? How did she forget how much I hated this mirror? Where did she find it, and where was the once noticeable crack going down the center? Oh, darling, this mirror would be so beautiful in your entryway. Right over on the side table you showed me. All I could do was smile and force a nod out of myself. As I continued as I was, I didn't want to hurt my mother's feelings, especially given how excited she was. I'm afraid I gotta run, my mom started as she slid into the driver's seat of her car. But do send me pictures when you hang it up, okay? Love you bunches. So with that, she blew me a kiss and was gone. I stood out in the almost completely dark outdoors, completely bewildered. I had no idea what horrific events awaited me in the weeks to come as I dreadfully carried the cursed-looking glass into my home. I stood over the stove, frying bacon with my mind reeling. That's when I heard the front door open and shut. "Honey, I'm home." Heard my husband Mark call out, and I glanced at the kitchen clock. Right at 10 p.m. Mark had been working late, and that meant late dinners for us. "What is this?" I heard Mark ask as he entered into the entryway of our home. I saw Mark holding a large mirror in his hands, looking at it with such curiosity. My stomach tightened, and I felt the bile rising in the back of my throat. "Nothing. Ready to eat? Breakfast for dinner." I was trying my best to seem normal and not like I was going to vomit. Sure smells good," he grinned. "But I know you. What's up? Why dodging questions about the mysterious mirror?" I felt my fake smile drop. All evening I considered what to do with the stupid thing. I'd settled on smashing it to pieces in the backyard and burning the shattered remains until my mother texted me reminding me to send her pictures of it on display in our home. So it sat on the tile floor. I sort of leaned against the side table my mother had mentioned hanging it above, and as much as I hated to admit it, she was right, it was the best place for it. "Mom came by," I stated nonchalantly. "It's a housewarming gift." I shrugged and headed back to the kitchen to plate our meals. "Your mom couldn't just write your name on a gift tag like a normal person?" Mark chuckled. I turned to him standing in the kitchen, with that large, creepy mirror in tow. "What?" I asked, still feeling just as confused as I had since my mother's visit ended. "She wrote your name on the mirror with, like, her finger or something." He started looking at the glass with an odd expression. "Huh," I said as I stopped over to see what he was talking about. Just when I thought the knot in my gut couldn't get any bigger, there it was. K-R, or K-A-R-L-E-E. Carly, written across the mirror in what did appear to be finger smudges. I felt all the blood in my body drain out of me. That was not there just a few hours ago. I stared at that thing forever before I brought it into the house. The glass was flawless, not a smudge or spot in sight. Even the aforementioned crack was gone. "Babe, you good? You look like you've seen a ghost." His voice brought me out of my trance-like state and the confusion engraved into his expression. Mom always doing weird stuff like that. Try to laugh it off. "Come on, let's eat." I grabbed our loaded plates and I headed to the living room. I heard Mark set the mirror down on the kitchen floor before falling behind me. "Kari, what's going on?" His voice was serious now. I felt his touch on my shoulders. He turned me to look at him after I set the plates of food on the coffee table. I felt the tears burn as they started to fall from my eyes. "I'm just stressed. I'm trying to work from home and nothing's going right and the internet's still spotty. Boss isn't happy I've missed 2 deadlines during this movie and it's just stress," I said as I wiped away the few tears that had escaped. It wasn't that I didn't trust Mark. I truly trusted him with my life. There was just some part of me that was not ready to open up about this whole dilemma. I just couldn't. Not now, not yet. Mark pulled me into a tight hug, a hug that before tonight felt like it could have solved anything. "I'll call the internet provider first thing tomorrow," he promised before giving me a peck on the head. After eating and watching a couple episodes of our favorite show, we headed to bed where Mark was out cold before his head hit the pillow. It took me longer, much longer than usual to sleep. As I drifted off, I could have sworn I heard "Sue Carly" whispered into my ear by a raspy voice. That night, I dreamt of a dark room. I was cold, alone, and scared. The strong smell of sulfur burned my nose and eyes. "Help me!" cried a strange foreign voice. "Help me, Carly!" "No," I screamed. I sat up straight in my bed. My head was pounding, my heart was racing, and I was drenched in sweat. "Babe?" Mark's groggy voice came over me like a warm blanket. It's okay, just a dream," he said as he pulled me into him. My mouth was so dry it felt like I had sand in my throat. "I just need a drink," I managed to croak out as I pulled away and stood on my shaking legs. Mark offered to go with me, but I shook my head no and I headed to the kitchen. I just needed a minute to calm down and a Diet Coke. As I entered into the kitchen, my body came to a complete stop when my eyes fell onto the mirror. I had forgotten Mark had left it in there on the floor leaned against the cabinets. I slowly approached it. I wanted to kick it, to throw it, anything to get rid of this wicked thing. Instead, my eyes were drawn to the fact that my reflection wasn't clear, like a film was over the glass. I felt myself drop to my knees, slowly crawling over to the mirror to get a closer look. My blood ran cold. The entire glass was covered in handprints. I jerked back from the mirror as I heard footsteps approach me from behind. I nearly came out of my skin when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I shrieked just as I looked up to realize it was Mark. "Jeez, Kari," he yelled. Then he jumped up a bit in response to my scream. "What's going on with you?" "The mirror," I practically cried. "Look, someone touched it." Mark looked over towards the mirror with a scowl. "How do you know someone touched it?" "Look at the handprints. They're too small to be yours, and I haven't touched it. Somebody's here, Mark." I felt myself starting to cry again, and Mark looked back at the mirror and squinted his eyes. "What handprints, Kari?" "The ones on the—" I felt my sentence trail off as I looked back at the mirror. It couldn't be. The mirror was spotless again. Not a single imperfection in sight. Mark was silent as he looked back down on me. It wasn't until this moment I realized I was still sitting on the kitchen floor. "They were there, Mark," I bellowed, "and what about my name? It's gone. You saw it too." "I wiped it off with my sleeve before I sat on the floor earlier," Mark said, looking at me in a way he'd never seemed to look at me before, almost like he was looking at a complete stranger. "I'm sorry, I just had a nightmare and must have psyched myself out," I mumbled as I looked down. I felt absolutely insane. "Come on," Mark said as he reached for his arms to help him lift me off the kitchen floor. "Let's get you to bed." He swept me up into a sort of fireman's carry. I felt myself relax a bit against him as he carried me, and he turned my head into the bedroom, and I couldn't resist the urge to look back at the mirror one last time. I couldn't be sure, but I could have sworn I caught just a glimpse of someone in the mirror. Actually, not just someone. It looked like my own reflection staring at me with a blank expression before vanishing completely. My parents found a 2-could-be-3-bedroom house with a large kitchen, dining area, living room, TV, and even a sunroom for a little over a couple hundred a month rent. Damn. This was a steal even back in the 90s. Oh. My mom was pregnant with me, and my parents were anxious to get out of the tiny apartment that they were living in. And of course, they jumped on this and moved in as quickly as possible. Right away, my mother started experiencing weird phenomena around the house. A cliché feeling like you're being watched and never feeling alone even when you were alone. Things that you could brush off. This quickly picked up into things that weren't so easy to pass off. Such as one day, not long after moving in, my mom had a couple family members over showing them the house. They were in what was to be my room. Soon, I was not born yet, but my closet was pretty empty, and my parents had stored completely empty boxes from the move into the closet until they could get a truck and haul them away. My closet was a walk-in closet. Small one, but still plenty of room to stack 2 rows of boxes in, one in front of another, and completely shut the door, and the boxes being at least 6 or 7 inches away from the door. So, as my mom was talking to her visitors in this room, their conversation was completely cut off as the closet door flew open and just about every single one of those boxes came flying out of the closet, scattering all over the floor. Mind you, these were completely empty cardboard boxes. Even if they had somehow managed to fall against the door, there's no way they could have opened the door with such force. My mom told me it was as if somebody was in the closet standing behind the row of boxes and hit them with superhuman strength. My mom said they were all pale as ghosts, speechless, pretty much ran out of the room after this. Things continued to escalate after that day, and my room never truly was my room due to me being absolutely terrified of it. It appeared that the activity in the house stemmed from my room, and it always seemed to from the first encounter. I thought we were talking about a mirror. Mimicking voices. When I was a kid, my family moved into this old house. Some odd but harmless stuff happened, like hearing footsteps on the hardwood floors. But after we were there longer, something similar to your brother's story happened. I was 13, and it had been the last day of school, and I was having a sleepover. It was me, my oldest best friend, and 3 friends from my school. When it was bedtime, my best friend, let's call her Fran, and one of maybe 1 or 3 friends, we're going to call her Sarah, slept upstairs in my bedroom, and me and my other 2 slept in the bedroom downstairs. The next morning, Fran and Sarah were wide-eyed as they asked me if I was all right. I told them I was fine. I asked why they were asking like that. They told me that before they could fall asleep, they suddenly heard my parents yelling at me and crying. They said it was all loud and clear. They were sure that they had heard me specifically crying on the stairs. But it never happened. Me and the other girls had gone to sleep without incident. Fran and Sarah swore up and down that they were not joking. Then later that summer, Fran was sleeping over. She frequently did this. We were inseparable as kids, and we were part of each other's family. So anyway, we had decided to sleep in the downstairs bedroom. We were lying in bed and talking about whatever we were hearing in front of the door was opening. Heard my brother Danny and my cousin Jake talking as the door closes. It was odd because they were both living in another state. But we figured they were in town to visit, and we heard them come in talking about raising the kitchen, and they loudly went upstairs. We thought nothing of it really and went to sleep. The next morning we expected to see one or both of them, but we don't. No car in the driveway, no suitcases anywhere. So I asked my mom where they are. She has no idea what we're talking about. They had not come. They were in another state. And the last one. Lying in bed one night alone, I keep hearing my dad on the phone. Late at night, I hear the sound of him dialing, and I hear his voice, but it's muffled. Went on for so long I crept down the stairs and peeked into my parents' room. They were fast asleep. Phone not in the room. It was a landline, and it was the 90s. Join Paranormal M, where the strange and unexplained take center stage. Subscribe and activate notifications to catch our latest eerie tales. Get ready to be haunted by the unknown. I think my house is haunted. About 4 years ago, my grandmother died in her house. She died of cancer, and it was a peaceful death. Then, about 4 months after that, my step-grandfather died in the house. This one was a bit more brutal. He had gone into a big depression after my grandmother had died and stopped talking to the whole family, except for one of my uncles. That's his son, also the one who found him. My grandfather stopped taking all of his medications. It was terrible for him because he had Hep C, diabetes, and a few other disorders. He was found on the floor in the hallway, and he had been there for about 3 days. There was blood everywhere. He was internally bleeding, and he began to cough and throw up blood. After both of my grandparents' deaths, my family took over the house. He renovated everything. We had to put new carpet in. The old carpet was torn out because my grandfather had Hep C and his blood went everywhere. When we first moved in, my mom and I liked to sleep in the living room and the couches. That was because our rooms were being renovated. Also, the cable wasn't set up yet, and neither was the internet, and we could watch DVDs on the living room TV. We lived very far out in the woods. It's near Bohemian Grove, so we had to wait to get satellite internet. My mom and I would usually sleep out there at different times because my mom works graveyard shifts at a vet hospital. However, every time we slept out on the couches, something strange would happen. Almost every night at 2:43 a.m., give or take a few minutes, I'd wake up terrified, covered in sweat, breathing heavily, on the brink of tears. I knew I had woken up from a nightmare every time, but I never remembered them. This happened probably 20 more times before I decided I was no longer going to fall asleep in the living room. So I slept in my bedroom. But the only thing that stopped was the waking up at the same time every night. The nightmares never stopped. I was constantly haunted by these nightmares. I've always had nightmares, but they never happened as often as they did when I moved into the house. One night while my mom was off work, she'd asked me if I wanted to watch a movie with her in the living room. It was pretty late, and I knew I'd fall asleep if I did watch the movie. So I said no. When she asked why, I explained to her, and she kind of looked shocked. She said that she'd been experiencing the same thing, but during the day and sometimes at night when she was off of work. It was the same time during the day and around 2:43 p.m., and at night it was 2:43 a.m. We were sort of relieved that we'd both been experiencing this, but also sort of scared. We had no idea what was going on. One afternoon, while my mom was sleeping out in the living room, she felt someone punch her in her side. She woke up thinking it was my dad or my brother messing with her. She lifted her head up and said, "What's your problem?" No one was there. She walked all throughout the house. Not a single person was there. Couldn't have been one of her dogs. She felt a distinct human hand punching her in the ribs. So basically, my mom decided to never sleep on the couch again. 3 years have passed since then. We never did sleep on that couch during that period. Nothing really bothered us again, except for the nightmares that persisted. My boyfriend, who'd been with me for 5 years, even says that I've had more nightmares in this house than before we moved in. But about a month ago, my dad came home with a huge 4K TV. So, of course, being the big movie buffs we are, my mom and I wanted to watch movies on there. Now, when I watch movies out in the living room late at night, I usually stay up past 2:43 a.m. just in case, and nothing usually happens. Except the other night. At exactly 2:43 a.m. I was awake and my mom had fallen asleep. All of a sudden I start to hear a whimper. First, I thought it was one of my dogs wanting to go outside. But then I realized it was my mom when the whimper grew louder into a full-on scream. I woke her up and she was very confused and very scared. I told her she was screaming and she said she had a dream where she was laying down next to me on the couch like she was just then, but I was asleep. She said she was unable to move and was trying to scream because she felt I was in danger, but she couldn't get the words out. Then a shadowy hand grabbed my face, and that's when she woke up. My mom and I are the only ones who experienced the nightmare, and the specific times that the nightmares happen in the living room. Although, when my older brother was crashing on our couch for a while, he claimed to have experienced some weird stuff too, like the feeling that somebody was watching him sleep. We've all experienced things moving on their own, like this antique kerosene lamp that we have on the shelf that just about touches the ceiling. Flew off, shattered for no reason. It sucked getting all the old kerosene smell out of the carpet. I bet. We've actually been losing forks, too. I don't know what that means, but forks just go missing all the time. We're down to about 3 or 4 forks, as opposed to the 10 we used to have. Our TVs turn off at random times without anybody touching the remote, and we used to have a warranty to get a new TV, and the new TV still does the same thing. It's not a power issue where the TV just loses power or the plug isn't plugged in all the way. It's like the TV screen says powering off and then turns off. We do get random scents out of nowhere. My mom usually smells this old soap that smells like her grandmother, while I usually get a smell like something's burning and gives me a headache. My dad always smells something that he only describes as shit. The smells are unprompted. Usually only one person can smell it. This has been slowly progressing over the course of at least 4 years. I'm not really sure what's going on, and I think it's my grandfather. Not happy that we're here. What do you think? I think that your dad's description of the smell is funny. Attempted break-in or something else? This happened about 7 years ago when I was 13 or 14. I was in my old house in California. It was probably around 1 a.m. I was sitting on the couch watching TV late at night alone in my living room. There was a big window next to the couch that was about 5 feet off of the ground outside. The ground outside the window was dirt. Out of nowhere, I heard breathing and footsteps outside the window, and then somebody tried to open the window. The window was shaking loudly, so loud that it woke up my mother. My mother said that it sounded like the whole house was shaking. I was paralyzed with fear and couldn't move. After a few seconds of the window shaking, the noises just stopped. I didn't hear anybody walk away, and I didn't hear the breathing fade. It just abruptly stopped. About 3 feet from the window was the gate to our backyard. It's the only way to get into the backyard without jumping through our neighbor's yard or jumping over a 6-foot fence. It had a big, thick bush the same height of the fence along it. Also, our side of the fence was multiple trees and other bushes. Basically, you'd have to make a lot of noise, and you'd have great difficulty getting over that fence. My mom sat in her bedroom trying to listen. My older brother was already awake in his bedroom. Both my parents' bedroom window and my brother's bedroom window opened to the backyard. And on the other side of the, back porch was, on the other side of my parents' bedroom wall was the back porch. So right after I had heard these noises, my mother and brother both heard somebody walking up on the gravel outside their window. Somebody walking on the porch. My brother said that he saw lights outside of his window, like 3 or 4 flashlights pointing in random directions outside. My mother woke up my father, and he grabbed his gun and went to the sliding glass door that opens to the back porch. He saw nobody, not lights or anything. My mom grabbed the phone and called the cops. Everybody except for my younger brother came out into the living room where I was. Now, I did not hear the gate to the backyard open, nor did we hear anybody enter or exit the backyard. We were all intentionally quiet, that way we could hear anything that was happening outside. Once everyone was in the living room, stuff got weird. All of a sudden we heard noises on the roof, and these were not footsteps. They weren't animals scurrying. The sounds were loud and bizarre, like a dragging noise. Multiple big objects were being dragged in random directions on our house. One big noise on one side of the house, then another on the other side. It was rapid and fast, like a rhythm. They had to have been caused by multiple people because they were so loud and they were at different sides of the roof. Then, the noises stopped abruptly. After the noises on the roof stopped, nothing else happened. There was no way for a person to get onto the roof unless they, brought a ladder or climbed onto the fence, then hopped up 5 feet onto the roof. I didn't hear anybody climb onto the roof either. We waited there for the police, who then came and checked out the backyard. After the police did a search, they found absolutely no evidence of an attempted break-in. There were no footprints by the dirt next to the window, no footprints in the gravel outside the window, no breaks in the bushes by the windows or by the fence, no damage to the windows. The police told us, perhaps it was raccoons, they implied at least. We all knew that was ridiculous. A raccoon can't jump up a 5-foot wall and shake a window. Nor could it make human-sounding footprints on the porch in the backyard. Nor could it make that loud, heavy noise that we heard in the roof. We asked a few of our neighbors the next morning. They all said they didn't hear anything, which was strange because all the noises were incredibly loud. All we had to go off of were the noises because of all the windows and blinds closed at the time. This whole time we didn't hear any voices, nobody was talking to each other, but there was definitely multiple people. My parents and I didn't see any lights, but my brother swears that he did. To this day, we have no idea what happened. or what was there that night. I never experienced anything like that after that. I don't know if this was just some really good robbers or something else. If anyone else has any ideas on what this could have been, that would help a lot. If they were really good robbers, they would have probably got you, or robbed something. But, gotta say, could be a raccoon. They're fat. Eerie encounters. Murdered by a child star. Skylar DeLeon. Or De Leon. Or something like that. Selling well-deserved. In quotes. In 1986, a 39-year-old father of 2 teenage boys named Tom Hawks met a stunningly beautiful woman named Jackie. And they madly fell in love with each other. In 1989, they got married in front of 150 of their closest friends and family. Jackie moved in with Tom and his sons after the marriage. Jackie had earlier met with an accident which left her unable to bear kids, so she accepted the boys as her own. The boys started to accept her as their mom. With time, this beautiful family of 4 gelled wonderfully, making their house a happy place. When their sons were old enough, they moved out of the house to start their own life. They felt it was the right time for them to enter their perfectly planned retirement. The couple planned to spend their post-retirement lives in a yacht sailing around the sea, so putting all into their savings, they purchased a yacht. Although this yacht wasn't luxurious, they loved it dearly. They named it Well-Deserved. They spent the next 2 years sailing around the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of California, cherishing each other's company. When Jackie got to know the news that one of her sons was expecting a baby, she was elated, excited to have her grandchild in her hands. Thus the couple went to find time to return back to the land to be with their son. So, in 2004, they decided to sell their yacht and move to Newport Harbor to stay with their son. Jim's investigation. In the November of the same year, their ad was answered by the De Leon couple, who finalized the deal a couple of days. They told this news to their sons and told them that they would follow up. With their sons expecting their call any time, they never got a call from their parents for over a couple of days. As this was completely unusual of them, they informed their Uncle Jim, who was a retired police chief. When Jim heard about this, he drove to Newport Beach with his friend to see if the couple had actually sold the yacht or if they were still in it. Well, he found Well-Deserved on the dock and decided to walk into it to see if his brother and his wife were inside it. The yacht was completely not in order, and things inside of it were like a mess. This made Jim conclude that the yacht was sold as Tom and Jackie were extremely orderly and tidy couple, really took good care of the Well-Deserved. So he left a note to the new owner, asking them to contact him as the previous owners were missing. When he was about to leave the area, Jim got a call from a 21-year-old woman named Jennifer De Leon, saying that she got his note on the yacht. She confirmed that she and her husband Skylar had purchased the yacht from the Hawks, but just like Jim, they were trying to contact them, but they couldn't. She told him that, and there were a couple of controls on the boat that she didn't know how to use and tried reaching out to Tom, but his whereabouts weren't known. She also told Jim that a few personal belongings of Tom and Jackie's were left behind in the drawers, and she wanted to return them. When Jim asked Jennifer when the last time she saw them, she told him that it was about the day they sold the yacht. According to Jennifer, Tom and Jackie get the money from her, hopped in their car, and drove away. She also told Jim that, and Jackie told her that their plan was to buy a house in Mexico and settle there. Jim thanked her for her input and asked her to inform him if she gets to know their whereabouts and left. On thinking further, Jim got reminded of a woman named Patricia who managed the finances of Tom and Jackie for the previous 2 years. While the couple spent their time in the seas, they had poor connectivity, which made it hard for them to pay their bills and taxes. So they hired Patricia, who was a friend of theirs, to do it for them. When Jim asked her if she knew anything about where they were, she immediately told no. Jim asked her to check if a big sum of money was recently deposited into their account. She told him nothing of that sort had happened. This actually confused both Jim and Patricia, as they couldn't find a reason for Tom and Jackie not depositing $500,000 in their bank account. Sensing something was off, Jim called the Newport Beach police and officially reported Tom and Jackie missing. Primary investigation. Initial investigations revealed that Skylar De Leon who purchased the yacht from them. They were already convicted of armed robbery. They grew suspicious of him. They called him over for an investigation and questioned him. Skylar was extremely helpful, and he told them that he liked their boat and he bought it from the Hawks in the front of a notary, one of his friends who acted as a witness. Similar to his wife's statements, he too told the police that the missing couple got the money from them, hopped in their SUV and drove away. When the police asked him about how he got the money to purchase the yacht, he told them that he was a child star in the Power Rangers. Well, he had saved up the money that he had gained then, but within moments he told them that he was sorry for lying and told them that he had previously stolen the money of a drug kingpin, which that was the cause for his conviction. When he came from jail, he had to launder the stolen money to make it clean, and to do it he purchased the yacht. Because of his honesty and cooperation, the police didn't book him for money laundering and set him free. Damn. They investigated the remaining people who had apparently seen the couple for the last time, but all their testimonies were similar. This led the investigation to a dead end, and the police started spreading missing notices with a picture of Tom's SUV. A couple of days after putting these notices, the police got a call from a person in Mexico. Told them that the SUV in the notice was present in a house in her street. When the police rushed to the place in hopes of finding the couple, they got to know that the SUV was not parked there by Tom or Jackie, but Skylar himself. The second investigation. The police investigated Skylar and Jennifer once again, but still, they didn't break. They decided to investigate Skylar's friend and the notary once again. In persistent investigation, the notary named Kathleen revealed that she did not even know who Tom or Jackie was, and Skylar paid her a huge sum to forget these documents, or forge. She told them that she knew nothing of their disappearance, and when they investigated Skylar's friend named Alonzo, who acted as a witness, he kept saying Skylar's narrative. But when the police told him that the notary actually confessed and he was caught red-handed and offered him a reduction in his punishment, he opened up. Actual occurrence. Seeing the advertisement, Skylar approached the Hawks and persuaded them into a sea trial. So Skylar, Alonzo, and another goon named John, whom Skylar had recruited just that day, turned up in front of the Hawks. Tom, who was a longtime probation officer, immediately figured out that they were actually not good people and tried to avoid the sea trial. Seeing that the Hawks were apprehensive about getting on the boat with them, Skylar called up his wife Jennifer. When Jennifer arrived with her baby, Jackie immediately started playing with the baby, and the couple became comfortable with the group, which made them agree to the sea trial. When they were about to start, Jennifer got off of the boat saying that the baby was not fond of the sea. A few moments later, Jackie and Tom understood that the group was not there for the boat but for them. Jackie and Tom were handcuffed and their eyes and mouths were taped. They were taped by Skylar and company. Skylar forced them to sign the transfer papers where Jackie just intentionally made a mistake on her second name while signing. After getting their signatures, Skylar locked them up in a room, took the boat to the deepest part of the sea. When the boat reached this zone, Skylar brought Tom and Jackie to the back of the boat. He ordered Alfonso to bring the anchor from the front of the boat. Hearing this order, Tom and Jackie understood that something wrong was going to happen. Fueled by adrenaline, Tom just shook off his restraints, kicked Skylar hard in the groin. However, John jumped on both of them and connected their handcuffs to each other. With John's help, Skylar connected their handcuffs to the chain on the anchor and threw them into the water, and as the anchor went down, it pulled the Hawks along with it. While they were yanked off the boat, Jackie's head hit so hard in the boat that Alonzo heard a clear cracking sound. As their bodies disappeared into the water, Skylar squealed in joy and drove the boat back to the dock. Turned out that this was actually planned by Skylar's wife, Jennifer. The couple was so cold-blooded that without any remorse, they started using the camera that Tom and Jackie used to capture their memories without even deleting the older footage. Oof, that is not ghost-related. Brutal, though. The Hinterkaifeck Farmhouse Murders. In the 1920s, there was a farmstead. It was called Hinterkaifeck Farm. It was located in the southern part of Germany. Present in a very rural and isolated forested area. It was occupied by the Gruber family made up of Andreas, his wife Kazelia, his daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 2 children, and their live-in maid. The maid leaves. In the winter of 1921, strange things started happening around the property, with the first event being noticed by the live-in maid. One day, while she was cleaning the house, she started hearing tapping sounds from the walls, as if she walked towards a nearby wall to check if somebody was actually tapping on it. She understood that the tapping was not from the other side of the wall, but from within the wall. As she kept focusing on the sound, she started hearing a combination of footsteps and disembodied voices from the attic. She immediately ran to the Andreas and told him that something was there in that attic. Although skeptical, Andreas walked into the attic to check if it was his maid. Or rather, to check if what his maid told him was true, but he found no one. And in fact, the attic was so clean that it was impossible for a human being to have been there previously. The absence of hiding spots in the attic eliminated the possibility of an intruder hiding inside, so for the next few weeks it became a routine where the maid was waking up from her sleep because of these sounds in the attic and tapping within the walls and telling Andreas that somebody was in the attic, only for him to rush to the attic and find no one. With Andreas getting frustrated over time, the maid felt she had gone through enough and quit her job cleaning that house, and that it was haunted. Increased strangeness. She had been with the family for so long that the family felt as if they were handicapped. A few days after the maid quit, Andreas started hearing the strange sounds from the attic and the tapping within the walls. But now he found himself on the other side of the glass, and his family was not believing him. However, even they started hearing these sounds with time, and the family started searching around the property for an intruder. As days passed, whatever was causing these sounds started to turn violent. Random things in the house started to go missing, with the house keys being the most common. With just 2 sets of house keys, them going missing only to reappear later in a completely random spot turned out to be a hassle for the family. One night, one of Andreas' grandchildren suddenly went missing. Family searched the entire property, and since no traces of her were found inside the property, they headed into a close-by forest in search of her. Despite clearing through the forest for a very long time, the kids were nowhere to be seen. When they returned to their house to call the police, they found the kid right next to the house. She looked completely lost, and constantly told them that she didn't know how or why she moved to that place. They covered her up in a blanket, took her into the house, and started calming her down. She was finally calm. They started asking her about how she ended up outside the house. While questioning his granddaughter, Andreas noted that the newspaper that he had never subscribed to was lying on the table. In fact, no one in that area subscribed to this newspaper. With the strange events continuing, the family found that the lock of the box that held expensive tools was meddled with. The lock had deep cut marks that suggested that somebody had tried to hack it off but failed in their attempt. However, the family were not able to understand how they weren't able to hear somebody trying to cut through this lock. In the early March of 1922, a day after a heavy snowstorm, Andreas opened the back door of the house to find a trail of footsteps. These footsteps seemed to be walking toward his house, but there were no footsteps that whoever walked toward his house walked back. These footsteps suggested that somebody had broken into his house but not walked back. He checked his property completely. No signs of an intruder, and after having been tolerating this for so long, Andreas finally decided to open up to his neighbor. His neighbor offered him a little. He declined their offer. Bodies found. On the 4th of March, 1922, a repairman turned out in front of the house of Gruber's as they had booked an appointment. But despite knocking on the door multiple times, nobody had opened the door. As the dogs were barking, he was able to hear the sound of appliances running. He thought that the family was inside the house and walked toward one of the windows in hopes of catching the family's attention. But even then, no one showed up. After circling the house and not getting any attention from the Grubers, he decided to finish off the work he was called for. Once he was done, he headed to the back of the house, and he was hoping it wasn't locked, but it was locked as well. Surprised by the oddity, he went to the house of Andreas' neighbor, told them what he saw, asked them to inform him if they had heard anything from the family, and left. The neighbor decided to check out the Grubers later that day. They went to their house. Similar to the repairman, they found the house locked. As they walked around the house hoping to see a family member, they found that the barn was open. They walked into the barn, calling out Andreas' name. They were greeted by his lifeless body. What actually happened? On the 29th, March 1922, 4 members of the family had apparently walked into the barn one by one unsuspectingly, as if they were lured by something only to be bludgeoned by a mattock. It appeared as if somebody or something had lured members of the family one by one, killed them, pulled their body to the corner, covered it in hay, and lured another member to the barn to repeat it. Their corpses indicated that they were not trying to fight back. This entity, when it hit them to death. Investigators were clueless about why the members walked into the barn without even a bit of suspicion and literally offered no resistance while being killed. After killing 4 of the family members this way, this entity went into the house and killed the other 2 sleeping members in a similar way. Not to forget, 2 of these victims were actually small children. Although their bodies were discovered only a few days later, investigators figured out that the house was actually being inhabited until the day their bodies were found. The creepy part is that whatever killed this family lived in the family's house, using their bed to sleep and food to eat while they lay dead in the house for almost 5 days. To add weightage to this fact, the neighbors saw smoke coming out of the chimney of this house during these 5 days. The cash in the house, however, was still in the place which was meant to be, and it wasn't actually the work of a robber, and since the Grubers weren't particularly well liked in the locality, tracing down a person with a motive to kill them became impossible. Well, if they weren't well liked, you'd think that would be possible. Anyway, with over a century passing, this case still remains obscure. Was the murderer a human or an unhuman? The answer stays a mystery. These last 2 stories were awfully murdery. Stalked by a creature with 14-inch long footprints. 2 high school sweethearts named Keith and Diane grew up in a small rural town in Ohio. They ended up getting married. 6 years after their marriage, the couple found a beautiful house back in their hometown. This house was isolated. It was located inside a forest, but Keith being a hunter and Diane being a fan of forests, they loved this home. They ended up purchasing it. So Keith, Diane, and their 4-year-old daughter Raven moved into the house in the woods. Diane stalked for the first time. Keith was a welder during the day. He attended night school to prepare for an apprenticeship program. He was not at home during the weeknights, which meant that Diane and Raven were alone at home during the weeknights. The first couple of weeks went completely normal, with Diane getting used to being alone in the house, but she used to hear occasional scampering around the house. Every time she would hear the sound, she used to peek out of the window to see what was causing the sound. She would find nothing relevant. She just thought it was a small animal that was loitering around and didn't really pay much attention to it. One night when Diane was doing the dishes after putting Raven to sleep, she heard the scampering sound. And, just as always, she put her head near the window and peeked through its pane. As she peeked through the window, she noticed two golden eyes staring at her. She immediately concluded that these were the eyes of a dog that was roaming around on their property. They decided to deal with it the next day. Once she was done with the dishes, she started cleaning the living room. While cleaning, she decided to see if the dog was still around, and she peeked through a window in the living room. This time, she found nothing unusual, but while she was about to pull back her head, she saw the same golden eyes staring back, which startled her. She fell back, and these eyes appeared to be those of a much taller being. Well, because of the internal reflection, she wasn't able to see clearly through the window unless she placed her head literally onto it. So she thought she was making stuff up and continued cleaning. While cleaning, she convinced herself, thinking that even if those eyes were real, it could have been of a tall dog. She again decided to see if this tall dog left their property, walked toward the nearest window, which was nothing but the same kitchen window, and peeked through it. As she kept staring at the tree line, which was almost 20 feet away, a human head with golden eyes slowly appeared in front of her, staring at her throughout. She immediately separated herself from the window, and at that exact moment she started hearing the sound of a vehicle in the driveway. As she sat down on the floor in fear, Keith opened the door. She told everything that happened to him and rushed out of the house to see what scared his wife. Despite rinsing the entire property, Keith didn't even find traces of another person. Thus, he ended up thinking that the loneliness of the house was getting over his wife's mind. Got back into the house and convinced her, saying that it could have been an animal from the woods, and asked her not to worry. Diane stalked for the second time. A month after this incident, Diane was all alone in the house with Raven yet again. After the previous incident, everything was back to normal again. She was starting to believe that the eyes that she had seen a month before were indeed the eyes of an animal. Yet again, she was in the kitchen looking out through the window right in front of her while doing the dishes. It was then that she started noticing a pair of these glowing eyes. They were slowly raising up from the edge of the window. She backed up from the window, completely convinced it was an intruder. Instinctively, she ran around the house, turning off all the lights to keep herself hidden. After turning off all the other lights, she finally turned off the living room lights. When she turned the lights off and the internal reflections disappeared, she noticed a tall figure with glowing eyes standing right in front of a window before her. Seeing this figure, she immediately called 911. But by the time the police arrived, this figure had already disappeared, and the police went around the house checking for traces, and Keith entered the gates of the property. Despite knowing it was wrong, he shouted at Diane for calling the cops. Even the cops confirmed that they found no traces of anyone on the property, and they left their house, asking Diane to call them again if anything else happens. 4 months later, Keith and Diane had already moved on from the previous incidents. Nothing abnormal had really followed. One day, Keith woke up early in the morning and decided to get donuts for the family before they woke up. That's pretty cool. So, he stepped out of the house, got into his car, turned it on idle for a few minutes as the night was very cold. Leaving the car in idle, he started adjusting the rearview mirror. While adjusting, he noticed somebody standing on the back of his car. He immediately got out of the car and started searching for the stranger all around the place. It was now he found himself in Diane's shoes. He found no one. However, he found traces all around the house, but they both started from and ended in his own house. A cabin in the woods. Still continuing. Despite all of this, Keith's instinct told him that the intruder should have fled into the woods. So, he called his friend Dennis, told him about the things happening at his property, asked him to accompany him into the woods, to which he agreed. As soon as Dennis arrived, he picked up his hunting gun and ventured into the woods in search of this intruder with Dennis. few moments into the woods, Keith found the footprints of this intruder. It was 14-inch long. This intruder was a bipedal creature with long legs. While following these 14-inch long footsteps, they started getting a strange feeling of being followed. Despite its creepiness, they continued following the traces and it led them to a cabin. They immediately started shouting near the cabin, asking the intruder to come out and face them. Since they didn't get a response, they decided to visit this cabin later with the cops. So they walked out of the woods into a nearby road and called Keith's dad to pick them up. As soon as he arrived at the spot, Keith's dad asked them what they were doing in the middle of the road with guns. They in turn told him about the events that preceded. The moment they told him about the cabin in the woods, he said to them that he knew to whom it belonged. He told them that the owner of this cabin worked in a nearby tire shop, and hearing this, Keith drove the car directly to the tire shop. To not let the intruder know that they knew his identity, they went to his shop disguised themselves as customers in need of tire service. They figured out the person who serviced their tire was indeed the intruder. This person was an old man who was extremely tall, well-built frame, and his name was George. However, Keith knew that the cops would not believe him because of George's old age. So, he decided to go back home, capture George the next time he stalked his house, and then call the cops, but his property was never revisited by this intruder. The final reveal. 3 months later, Dennis called Keith and told him that George had passed away. He also told him that this was the right time for them to know what was in the cabin, and even Keith felt the same way. So, Dennis picked Keith up from his home and the duo headed to the cabin. On their way, they found a cop's car parked on the road. Luckily, this cop was Dennis's friend, and he took them to George's cabin, saying that the cabin had a high degree of weirdness. Once inside the cabin, Keith noted that the cabin looked like it was used by a primitive man. But the creepy zone of the cabin was located behind a large screen. The area near the screen was filled with stench of dog piss, and behind this screen was a large cell made of thick sheets of steel. This huge metal cage had fresh and old claw marks all over it, and on its farthest wall were cuffs for hands and feet made of thick metal. Orientation of these cuffs suggested that whatever was held in this cell was bipedal and huge. Keith instinctively felt that this unknown creature was one of the ones behind the intrusion of his house. Strangely, Keith never felt stalked after George's death. Pictures, please. Eerie Encounters. The Creepy Case of Austin Harroff. I'm going to take a second whack at that. Early life of Austin Harroff. Yeah. Austin Harroff was born December 21st, 1996. He was born to a dentist and a pharmacist. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents suddenly got divorced. That was the same year. Then they got into a new relationship with a new girlfriend and boyfriend. Although this was a complete shock to Austin and his 1-year-old younger sister Haley, they adjusted to this sudden change. The kids stayed with their mother in the same house, with the father moving out into a nearby house with his new girlfriend. About a year after this event, Austin entered high school and he immediately made a mark. He was excelling in education, and because of his big athletic build, he was engaged in rough physical sports. Despite his size and willingness for rough sports, Austin was never an aggressive guy. He enjoyed helping people. After high school, was accepted into Florida State University's 4-year pre-med program, just as he wanted. At the end of that summer, packed all of his stuff and moved into the university dorm to live his life that he had dreamed of. Behavioral changes. His university life started on a high note with him getting a girlfriend, excelling in his studies as always, and getting into bodybuilding. He managed to establish a decent social media following as he made content regarding fitness and bodybuilding on it. Despite so much working well, he was constantly angry at himself for not making friends. He thought he was very shy and people didn't like him. This pushed him into drug abuse, and he abused them so much that he started questioning his own sanity. The next summer, Austin returned home from his vacation, and the family immediately noticed that something was wrong with his behavior. He shifted his bed to the hall, and saying that his bedroom was filled with demons. He also marched around the house at night, knocking on the doors loudly, saying that he was protecting them from demons. His family strongly believed that these behavioral changes were because of his drug abuse, and with their best efforts prevented him from using them again. It appeared as if all their efforts were pretty much useless. Austin's behavior never did change. So they decided to use something called the Baker Act, whose guidelines are as follows. However, before they could use it, something tragic happened. Road to Tragedy. On the morning of August 15th, Austin turned up in front of his best friend's house. When he opened the door with excitement, Austin asked him what the year of his birth was. When he told 1996, he walked away. Austin's friend was confused by this and called him in a couple of minutes to check if he was okay. Austin was completely fine while he spoke to him on the call, and the duo decided to meet Austin's sister and all their other friends. The place decided as their meetup spot was a nearby beach. While they were almost at the beach, Austin told them that he had some work at the house, promised to turn back up soon, and left them. In a few minutes, Austin turned back just as promised, but in a strange outfit. Under the scorching heat of the sun, Austin was wearing a thick jersey with woolen sweatpants. He was also wearing 2 wristwatches with a pair of sunglasses. His friends immediately started ridiculing him for the strange outfit, and within a few moments he warned to kill them on a serious note. His friends grew frightened, and they stopped ridiculing him at once. This incident greatly cut short the time he spent with his friends, and Austin, his friends, and his sister decided to leave the beach and join Austin's father and his girlfriend for a meal in a nearby restaurant. On their way to the restaurant, Austin told his sister that he was an immortal half-human, half-horse. Alrighty then. To prove his immortality, he started intentionally walking into the road to get hit by a car. His sister pulled him back on the pavement and walked between him and the road until they reached the restaurant. Once at the restaurant, the trio met Austin's father and his girlfriend, and the group occupied a table at the farthest end of the restaurant. Austin told them that he had a huge urge to use the washroom and left the table. After returning in a few moments, he left them again, but this time he walked directly out of the restaurant onto the return, or rather only to return 30 minutes later in a completely different clothing with oil stains all over him. During those 30 minutes, he was back at his house drinking vegetable oil and eating Parmesan cheese. His mother ordered him to stop. Good job, Mom. And thus he changed his clothes and returned to the restaurant. Okay. His father was visibly angry because of his behavior and told something rude to him. Austin lost his cool hearing this and pinned his father to the wall. After a few moments, he let go of his father and walked out of the restaurant. His friend closely followed him, but it appeared as if Austin had disappeared into thin air. His father understood that in his current state, Austin was a threat to society. They informed the police right away. The tragedy. 4 miles away, a 50-year-old woman was watching TV inside her open garage. She was waiting for her husband, John, who had taken their dogs for a walk, to return. Michelle and John had been married for almost 20 years. They were enjoying their retirement. This doesn't sound good. The couple were well liked by their neighbors, who often visited their house. One of Michelle's neighbors, named Jeff, was relaxing in his house when he heard Michelle scream at the top of her voice. He rushed out of his house to see what was wrong. When he entered her property, he noticed that Austin was braking Michelle's car right in front of her eyes. Once he was done with the car, he threw Michelle on the ground and started pounding her with his fists. Jeff, who was a well-built guy, ran toward Michelle to save her. When he saw Jeff come near him, Austin separated himself from Michelle and warned him not to step closer. When Jeff kept coming despite his warning, he punched him hard in the head, but Jeff didn't succumb to it. He threw Austin as hard as he could on the ground, hoping to knock him out. With Austin down, Jeff was assessing the situation around him when he felt a blinding pain on the side he was punched. When he looked around, he noticed that he was bleeding profusely. Austin had a knife in his hand, and he had punched him, and that single blow had caused a 5-puncture wound on Jeff. With Austin back up on his feet, Jeff ran to Michelle's house and locked himself up. Then he called 911, told the police about Austin, and waited for them to arrive, hoping that John returns and saves his wife. A few minutes later, Jeff heard Austin walk down the street grunting like an animal, followed by the screams of a person. When the police arrived, they found John pinned down on the floor by Austin. Austin held Jeff's neck with his hand while pinning him down, sitting on his chest. His right hand was inside Jeff's mouth, pulling his cheek out as much as he could, and like he was feeding on Jeff's stretched cheek. Ugh. One of the police officers tried tasing Austin, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. Another officer kept kicking Austin's face, but every time he was kicked, Austin got back from the floor and went back to John to eat his cheek without harming the police. The canine units, they were set loose to pull away from John, but despite the dogs tearing flesh from his arms, he never stopped. Finally, after the combined effort of an officer and a dog, Austin was knocked out for a short period. However, it took the strength of 3 police officers to restrain him. By the time Austin was restrained, Michelle and John were already dried, and within a few moments, Austin fell unconscious. He was in a coma for 12 days, and he had drunk some highly poisonous liquid from the couple's garage, thinking it was alcohol. There were no traces of drugs in his blood except marijuana, which was very less. This means that Austin was sober when he committed the grotesque crime. When Austin got out of the coma, he revealed the motive behind his deeds. Austin Haruf's confession. He told the police that when he exited the restaurant, he saw a dark figure with a white face staring at him. This figure kept chasing him as he kept running away from it. He eventually reached Michelle's house. He approached her to seek refuge, but it was then that he figured out that Michelle was a witch. So he killed her. When he was about to leave Michelle's house, he saw the same figure waiting on the doorstep with a dog, and he attacked it to save himself. These are weird ones today. Never believed in warning signs. Discussion. First, I'm going to start off by prefacing that over these last few months I lost 2 family members. One being my grandpa and another being my family's 7-month-old kitten. That was to FIP. I don't know what that is. After the kitten's death, my sister decided to adopt another from the shelter. She was a sweet girl, and we had her for about a month and a half until today. Today I got home from school, and I'm the first to come home out of everybody in my family. The way my room is placed is that I'm at the end of a hall, so I see into my parents' bedroom. I had a friend over at this time, so we were just hanging out and my door opened. I have another cat, and that one's about 1.5 years old, and they usually just play together. So when I heard meows from the other room, I wasn't alarmed. However, when I looked, I saw a light was suddenly on in my parents' bedroom. I slightly panicked since I knew I couldn't have somebody over, so I immediately went to check on the source. All I saw was the lamp on my parents' headboard on and my older cat sitting by the bed. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just her meowing. Maybe the light just wasn't turned off all the way, although it's the type that twists on and off. So I turned the light off and bring my older cat to my room. I heard nothing else from my parents' bedroom. My friend left shortly after, and a few minutes after, my mom came home and she's yelling for me, saying something's happening. So I rush over to help. I hear the kitten crying for help under the bed, so I grab her and she's foaming at the mouth. Never been in a situation like this, so my first response was she's choking. I call the vet in a frenzy and they tell me to bring her over. I'd later find out that she was seizing, but she died in my arms and I was halfway to the vet. After we arrived back home, I'm telling my mom about the story about how I thought she was home earlier. With the light being on. She looked a bit confused, questioning about which light it was, and I explained it was the light on her side of the headboard. She just stares at me blankly. That light has been dead for months. Encounters on the farm. My grandma and grandpa live in a farm in the rural Midwest. My grandpa was actually born on the farm, and so was his father before him. The land has been in our family for well over 100 years. Over the past 10 or 15 years, our family's had various experiences at the farm that are hard to explain. First, I should explain that the homestead portion of the farm has 2 houses on it, along with the barn, the machine shed, and the newer, smaller house was built by my grandpa when he married my grandma and they raised their family there. Probably 25 yards away from that house is the bigger, older house. This house is where my grandpa was born and grew up, as well as my great-grandpa, Corwin. My mom recalls, taking dinner over to her grandparents each evening, especially after my great-grandma passed away and my great-grandpa Corwin was living on his own. Corwin was one of the kindest people I've ever known. He always wanted to take time to talk to people and remember, and he'd always wanted to have those wafer cookies. He was an active man and lived at the farm until he was in his 90s. Eventually, he moved to a nursing home in a nearby town for a few years until he passed away at the age of 94. Shortly after he passed away, my grandpa thought they'd heard his dad, Corwin, yelling his name. I recently read that this is a common phenomenon after a loved one passes away. My grandpa also reported seeing lights on the old house. One of my uncles lived in the old house for a short time after Corwin died. He's a highly skeptical person, but admits that he often heard strange noises, and was once awoken by a loud bang. He was so startled that he actually grabbed his pistol and went to investigate. He found his basketball had fallen to the floor from its usual place in a deep shelf. He wrote it off at the time, but admits that sometimes he wonders if it was his grandpa saying hello. The most startling encounters were had by my grandma and another uncle of mine. My great-grandpa Corwin loved to roam the farm and check on things. He did this until he moved to the nursing home. Can't remember the number of times I remember watching him walking around the grounds with his cane in one hand and a handkerchief in the other. On separate occasions, they both saw a man in overalls and a flannel shirt, a very farmer outfit. They were walking around outside at night. They were both frightened when they saw him and initially didn't tell anyone about it. Eventually, my uncle mentioned it to my grandparents, and my grandma was shocked to hear he had a similar encounter to hers. She shared her story with him, and they agreed that it was probably Corwin. They were confused about why the encounters were scary if it was Corwin, but chalked it up to being surprised at night. I've done some exploring of the house, and sort of is increasingly dangerous inside, I think. I placed a recorder inside and left it there for 24 hours a couple of years ago. Never got around to reviewing whether it captured anything. I think partially out of fear of what I might hear. Somewhat comforting to hear that it's just my great-grandpa Corwin chilling on the farm, the only home he ever knew. My twin and I would see shadows when we were kids. My brother and I are identical twins. We've experienced our share of strange things throughout our lives, but for some reason this always slips my mind. Probably because we were so young. This was an almost daily occurrence from about 4 years old to about 9 maybe. Anyway, when we were younger, we basically used to see shadow people running by the corner of our eyes. All the time. It's crazy because I never thought I'd write about it because it doesn't really bother me. And I do believe in another possible dimension. I believe if you don't, you're naive. What I'm saying is I'm looking for answers per se, or rather not, I'm just sharing my peculiar story. We grew up as Christians, so every time my brother and I would tell our mother that we saw a shadow, she would remind us that if it didn't scare us, it was a good spirit. If it scared us, we should rebuke it in the name of Christ. What I find so funny about this is that I remember my mother reminding us this all the time. Our mother had actually come up with an elaborate reasoning behind us seeing dark figures running by. Poor woman. It actually became so frequent as a child I could remember that I just hated to look at certain darker areas and places. I would try to take creepier parts of the house out of my peripheral to try to avoid seeing them. All I can remember when I'd look, it would actually frustrate me. I'd see a shadow run by because I'd think I'd, see, I knew it, sort of a feeling. Thought I'd always see them. So did my brother. But neither of us see them anymore. At all. It's weird to think I almost forgot it used to happen. It was such a common occurrence in retrospect. These days, the closest we come to seeing them is when we trip on LSD. We usually see usual trippy shadows, but that only reminded us of the shadow people. It's not the same, though. As a kid, these weren't just trippy shadows moving. It would just straight up look like dark legs and arms running right by our peripheral vision, usually. Same for my brother. I'd also add that we've had cases where we've seen them back to back. As in, I would, see one, and so would he, without either of us knowing that we both just saw a figure. Then we'd talk about it later. One time I ran to my mother with the usual, "Mom, I saw one again." And this one scared me. But it was the kind I normally saw. A peripheral paranorm, perhaps. But at around the same time, my brother was all alone, sitting by the fireplace. He had no clue I'd just seen one. He was telling her mother. He just felt uneasy, and that he remembers looking to his left and seeing a huge shadow, sitting as if it were next to him. He remembers thinking, "That's just my shadow from the fire." He moved his torso down, and the shadow went the opposite way. Got a little bit freaked out and lifted its back to go the other way, and from what he said, the shadow didn't move. He just noped and sprinted to my mother. I never disregarded his story, simply because I used to deal with the same thing, and also because he ran to my mother and told her what happened moments after I told her I'd just seen one at a separate section of the house. Again, poor mother. Anyway, sorry for the long story. As an adult, I remember bringing this up to our mother and asking if she remembers us doing this. She got wide-eyed and said, "Yeah, that shit was scary." And it was hilarious hearing her tell me as an adult that she was terrified and all that good spirit, bad spirit stuff was horseshit. She just didn't know what else to tell her creepy twins. Or creeped out twins, I would imagine you meant. But I'll stick with what she said. Trapped in a lucid nightmare. So I've had quite a few lucid dreams over my life, and almost all of them have been a good experience. But the one I had just now wasn't so good. In fact, it was terrifying. So I woke up in my room as I normally do. I do this in all my lucid dreams. But this time I was in some dark, twisted reality and everything was just really fucked up. I instantly knew I was dreaming, but I decided to still check anyways. So I started counting my fingers, and as soon as I finished, my hands disappeared and they didn't come back. My body was also moving really slowly, as if it was like I was really sick and old. It was a horrible feeling. So anyway, I decided I'd had enough and tried waking myself up by closing my eyes and tensing my body. This technique worked in my other lucid dreams, but This time it didn't work, and I was stuck. I started to panic a bit and started pacing up and down my room. I even threw myself down the stairs, but that also didn't work. Really. At this point, I just got fed up and went back to bed, tried to sleep it off, but something was next to me. I didn't know what it was and was too scared to confront it. And then this thing climbed on top of me and was sitting on my back. It felt really small, kind of like a small animal or child. It was really heavy, and somehow I managed to get myself out and paced out of my room. Tried throwing myself down the stairs again, but still couldn't wake up. At this point, I didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt like hours. I started thinking to myself, what if this isn't a dream and that I actually died in my sleep and I woke up in some fucked up alternate reality? Then I noticed there were some new doors in my room. They led to different rooms and long corridors, but the doors had an eerie feeling about them. I didn't want to explore them. Towards the end, I started to choke on something. I think it was my own spit, but it was really irritating. I tried clearing my throat, but it just made it worse. The weird thing was that I could still breathe properly and I was choking at the same time. It was such an uncomfortable feeling. I started to worry I might actually be choking in real life. I even tried to go on the subreddit and ask for help, but my phone didn't want to turn on. Some time passed and I eventually woke up. Turns out I was choking on my spit. As of right now, it's 2 a.m. and I'm too shook to go back to sleep as I might get it again. Anybody else know what I just experienced? Or has anything, similar happened to them? Really appreciate it if somebody would explain it to me. Seeing shadow people as a kid. So basically, when I was a kid, about 9 years old, I remember a pretty horrible phase of my life where I would see shadow people everywhere. They were all black, and they were people looking like shadow silhouette things. They would appear in my room and just stand there and observe me. They would also sometimes walk around. Some would approach me and try to give me things, like there was a man with a hat that always tried to give me a box. He'd always come to me and reach his hand out to me, and had a box in it. I'd also see random faces showing up, and it was extremely terrifying. I was so scared, my only solution was to ignore them. I was a kid after all, and desperately hoped that they would go away and lose interest in me if I paid no attention to them. Well, they wouldn't, and they were everywhere. I'd reached a point where I was basically at my mom's side at all times when she was home. When she wasn't, I'd hide in my room under my blanket all day and wait it out. I can't remember how long exactly I was seeing those creatures, but to me it felt like a never-ending nightmare at all the times. I did tell my mom about it, but at first she brushed it off, said I was just imagining things or trolling her. But it became more and more obvious that it wasn't the case. She came up with the idea that they were spirits, and that honestly just scared me even more. Spirits watching me? Hell no. What do they want? She got hooked on that thought of me being blessed with the gift of seeing spirits. So she sent me to the ladies she found online. That doesn't sound good. This lady claimed to be able to do the same. I was so scared I just wanted them gone, no matter at what price. I told her I wanted to be normal again, and she said that she could perform a ritual to make me not able to see them anymore. She laid me down and spoke some words I can barely remember now. After the ritual, I was actually not seeing them any longer. At the time, I was just so happy they were gone. Forced myself to never think of them again. She told me not to think of this anymore, as they might see it as a sign to come back to me. But after this, 2 big black dots started appearing on the walls of my room. One was just over my bed and the other on the other side of the wall. Same exact place. It wasn't mold, just unidentified black coloration. We'd paint over them, and they'd be back the next day, and I got scared again, so my mom decided to give another room. I switched rooms, they stopped appearing. For years, I brushed it off, ignoring it and pushing it away. It was just too scary for me to deal with. But lately, I've been wondering about what happened back then a lot. I just don't understand it. Can't find anything online similar to what I've experienced. I'm an atheist. and I believe in science. Yet I have no possible explanation for this occurrence. Other than that, I really wonder if I might be sick somehow. But the wall, what about the wall? Ever since that ritual was performed, I never saw anything like it again. I just can't comprehend why and how. I wrote this with the hope of maybe finding somebody that went through something similar, willing to share their experience with me. Or just general opinions on what this all could have been about. Welcome to Paranormal M, where chilling stories come to life. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay updated on our latest spine-tingling episodes. Get ready for a haunting adventure. I offered my soul to the devil as a kid, and I think I may have cursed myself. When I was around 10, I moved to London and I started a new school. I felt alienated for the first few weeks and I had no friends. On my walk to school, there was a paving stone that somebody had split paint on, or spilt. The shape created by the paint looked like the face of the devil, 2 horns, teeth, etc. I avoided stepping on this stone and I would walk around it every day. One day I thought, fuck it. Stepped on the face of this thing. Can't explain what I felt like when I stepped on it, but the word powerful would be a close description. So every day I started stepping on the face on my walk to school, and I'd sometimes stand on it for a few seconds to absorb some power. I was 9. Keep that in mind. Then one day I thought, hey, this devil guy is kind of cool. Maybe I'll pledge allegiance to it. So I stood on the stone for a few seconds and swore a kind of oath. Give me friendship and popularity, then I'll be a follower. For the next few weeks I made friends and I did become popular. I kept up my morning ritual of stepping on this face for a few weeks, but eventually just kind of forgot about it. Obviously, I didn't grow up to be a devil worshipper or anything. I've broken the oath that I'd pledged. But skip to 2022. The last 10 years of my life have been a living hell. Both parents dead, 3 businesses failed, several relationships in ruins, best friends died. I could go on, but you get the point. None of the bad things have been my fault, they just happen. Shit seems to fall apart around me despite my best efforts and intentions. Pretty sure I'm cursed. The crap I went through as a kid. I was 12 years old at the time that this happened. It was the summer of 1984. It was a big year. I was out of school for the whole season, basically, and this particular day, my mom had to go out. She told me that she would be back in about half an hour, and she left. After a few minutes, I realized I had to spend some time in the bathroom. I went to use the normal upstairs bathroom, but I realized at that moment that I had left my Archie comic in the downstairs bathroom. I deeply disliked the basement, and I seriously disliked the downstairs bathroom. But sometimes it was just necessary to use it if somebody else was in the other one. I decided that I would just run down to grab my comic and head back upstairs to do my business. I headed down the stairs on the run, but by the time I reached the bathroom, I realized that the need to go was so urgent that I had no time to make it back up the stairs. So I sat down in the bathroom after locking the door, and I made the best of it. Now this bathroom was small, and I do mean very small. When I sat on the toilet, the corner of the sink sat just above my left knee. If I stretched my arm out in front of me, I could touch the other side of the room where the shower stall curtain was. Directly to the right of me was the door. I could easily touch the doorknob and the lock above the handle. The lock consisted of nothing more than a hook and an eye deal. It'd sort of stand up to anybody pulling on it as hard as it would simply come out of the wall. But it was enough that if somebody, tried the door, it would give reasonable resistance, and then they'd be able to realize that the bathroom was already in use. Simple enough and generally sufficient for what it was needed for. So, when I went into the bathroom, even though no one was home at the time, I shut the door and slipped in the metal hook into the eye and thought nothing of it at the time. I quickly got lost in the world of Archie Andrews and the gang of characters that went to Riverdale High until I heard a noise above me. I knew no one was home, but perhaps somebody had come home while I was downstairs. I stopped reading and I was listening intently when I heard the first heavy footstep on the basement stairs. It was unusually loud and sounded like whomever it belonged to was very large and very, very heavy. I knew how many stairs there were, so as the heavy thudding on the stairs came slowly and deliberately closer, I counted. 1, 2, 8, 9, 14, 16. Thought I was scared by the time it reached the 3rd stair, but by the time it had reached the 10th stair, I could actually hear it, and it took my breath away. As it descended, the sound of rushing air and demonic laughter came floating down the stairs in the hallway, through the bathroom door, and into my very soul. I could hear it round the corners. It came to the bottom of the stairs and down the hallway towards me. I dropped the Archie book on the floor in a panic and grabbed the door handle as I realized it was now outside the bathroom door. I could hear the rushing wind and demonic laughter and 1,000 demonic voices all at one time jumbled together and calling out my imminent death. I held into the doorknob with all my might. I began to twist and turn. This was happening in my hands. Whatever was outside that door tried to get inside the bathroom with me. The door shook with the violent tugging from the other side, threatening to tear the door from the hinges. I thought ironically for a moment that it was a good thing that I was sitting on the toilet right then. It's because otherwise that's what would be going freely into the toilet. It would have been flowing down my legs. Time seemed to stretch on and on as I struggled, and I battled with this creature on the other side of the door for possession of the doorknob. I don't know for how long it happened. Could have been only seconds, or it could have been hours. However long it was, the tears rushed down my cheeks and I screamed in terror the entire time. In a single moment, it just stopped. I was by myself in the bathroom, still shrieking in terror at nothing. The noise was gone, the tugging and pulling of the door was over, and there was just nothing. I sat there shaking violently for what seemed like an eternity, not daring to let go of the doorknob, lest whatever beast I had wrestled with was still on the other side of this door, silently waiting to hear me let go and breathe a sigh of relief, only to pounce and tear the door from its hinges. I didn't relax a single muscle till I heard my mom's footsteps above me and heard her call for me. I screamed to her that I was downstairs and to come down and help me. Mom came down after a few moments and asked if I was in the bathroom. I said yeah, and I'd be out in just a minute. Quickly cleaned up and hesitantly opened the door, hoping that it was really my sweet mother and not a horrible trick of some kind. But it really was my mom. Threw myself into her arms, sobbing and trying to tell her what had happened. She looked at me skeptically and only said, "What's your blood sugar?" I said, "What?" Again, she said, "What's your blood sugar?" "When was the last time you checked it?" I had just been diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic just 2 years before. Although I took great care of myself on my own, I still needed my parents' help from time to time. She obviously thought this was one of those times. I realized that once again she didn't believe me, instead thinking that it must be my overactive imagination and that it may have also been related to low blood sugar or something of that sort. So I went upstairs and dutifully took my blood sugar for her, and I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't too high or too low. I was left with a remaining sadness that my mother didn't believe what I had told her. It wasn't the first time odd things had happened, and it wouldn't be the last. But years later, the way things turned out, she would believe me just fine. This happened to my grandmother. My family has had a history of hauntings, or living in haunted houses, 4 generations now. Stories have been handed down from one generation to the next, with me being 3rd generation. I recall one story that my grandma used to tell me. The first time she told me, I thought it was funny, or at least part of it was funny. The older I got and the more experience with the paranormal myself, the less funny it became. She told the story of how one night she was up later than everyone else in the house. She put it that she was burning the midnight oil, which is exactly what they did back then. She was only a teenager, and since she was born in 1911, that would make sense. It'd be around 1925 or so that this happened. Electricity wasn't really available in rural Saskatchewan, so the term burning the midnight oil was quite literal. They used coal lamps or coal oil lamps to light their rooms at night. She said it was about midnight when she ran out of oil. She was wanting some more so she could continue reading her book. Her uncle lived only a few miles away. Even though it was dark, she decided to ride her horse over the fields to this house to borrow some. It's kind of badass. She knew him to be somebody who liked to stay up late, just like she did. So she got on her horse bareback, still wearing her nightgown, and rode across the dry prairie fields to his home. When she got there, she said the house was brightly lit in from within. She thought her aunt or uncle must have been both up late working on something important. Thinking she would play a prank on her uncle, she decided to ride her horse right up to the door, placing the horse's head directly in front of it. She thought it would be funny that when he opened the door, he'd be there and be this horse's, head instead of a person. She giggled to herself, positioned the horse in front of the door, and then leaned over and knocked. The house went completely dark in the blink of an eye. Today, that might not seem like that big of a deal, but back then they were only working with coal-lit lamps. From the amount of light that had been coming from within, my grandmother estimated that there had to have been at least 10 or 12 coal oil lamps burning at the same time, all in different rooms. For all the lights to go out at exactly the same time, there would have to be the same amount of people inside as the lamps. And they would all have to blow out the lamps at exactly the same moment. As she was pondering this thought, she noticed a glow on the front door, and the moon was just hitting this metal. She took a closer look, realized that there was a padlock on the front door and the outside. She said that her aunt and uncle only used the padlock on the outside door when they were going to be away for an extended period, wouldn't be back for a few days. She said that the hairs all over her body stood on end and she was scared to death. Turned the horse around as fast as she could and raced away from the house and back home as fast as the horse could gallop. She said that she told her uncle about it when she got back. Also others. No one really believed her story. Evil follows us. My mom has always had spirits, or haunts, in her life, most of them bad. They seemed to follow her right from childhood in every house she lived in. This is just one of those stories, but there are many. My mom and I were out shopping one day and we ended up at a local thrift store. They had this deal where they showcased upcoming items behind a glass, and if you liked something, you had to come back for it the day it would be going on sale. This was a big attraction because, of course, they showcased the best items that they had donated to them, and on sale day, people were lined up at the door to be the first one to buy a coveted item. So, we were looking at items on display, and my mom pointed out a porcelain doll, a clown. I looked at it, and immediately, my whole body shuddered and became goosebumps. I've always had a sixth sense, and this clown gave me a huge case of the willies. Told her it wasn't a good clown, and my mom was completely enamored with it, though. I warned her I got a bad feeling from it. Please don't buy it. 2 weeks later, I went to her house and ended up on her back deck. Sitting in one of the deck chairs was that damn clown. I went inside and I said, "Mom, how could you? I told you that thing gave me the creeps." She told me she was drawn to it, so the day it went on sale, she headed to the store early and stood in line. No one else seemed interested in it, so she took it as a sign that she was meant to have it. I asked her why it was sitting outside. She said my nephew Jay was seriously weirded out by it and he begged her to get rid of it. Jay has lived with his grandmother his entire life, and at that time he was about 16 years old. I asked Jay about it. He asked me if I liked it. I told him the truth. He said Mom wouldn't get rid of it, but did put it outside. He also said, "You sense there's something wrong with it too, right? Did you notice that no matter what direction you're looking at it from, it seems to be looking back at you?" That definitely had not gone unnoticed by me. Fast forward a week or so. I noticed the clown was no longer sitting in the chair outside, so I asked my mom about it. She said our entire family was hating on it, so she got rid of it. Felt somewhat relieved that it was gone, but the house felt different. Being she was touching on the subject, I just dropped it. That wasn't the end of it, though. My mom also was raising my niece Amy. We were just over a year old at the time. I would go over to visit Amy, never wanting to be in her room. I'd go in there to grab some toys, and she wouldn't walk over the threshold. She just stayed in the hallway, and when I asked her to help me take the toys to the living room, she would shake her head no. I just thought she was being, that age, and I left it alone. Then she became suspicious of an antique wardrobe that sat into her room. It was bedtime. I would take her in, and she would just stare warily at it. Then she would look at me, put her fingers over her lips, and cryptically say, "Shh," point to the wardrobe. She didn't want me to leave her in the room alone, so bedtime became difficult trying to rock her to sleep while she fussed. Another week passed. My mom called and asked me to come over. I said sure, and I drove to her house. She said something really scared me last night. She had been in bed for only about 5 minutes, laying on her side. That's when she felt a heaviness descend behind her into the bed. That tired feeling left her as she became almost hyper-alert. She wasn't quite sure what to do and was trying to decide when a male body came up behind her and pressed himself with his erect penis into her back. I wasn't expecting that. He put its leg over hers and an arm around her torso. She froze in fear, not quite knowing what to do and trying to comprehend what was going on. She knew she had locked all the doors just moments before heading to bed, so had somebody come into the house with an evil intent. She said she put her hand on the man's hand that was over her torso when her finger felt very long, pointy fingernails at the end of its 3 fingers and a thumb. She could feel breath on the back of her neck, and she knew it was waiting for her to make the next move. She struggled to get up, but it held her fast and wouldn't let her move. She knew she had to think quick, and she mustered up her best pissed-off voice and firmly said, "Let go of me." He just pressed it in harder and held her tighter. Louder this time, with real anger in her voice, she said, "Get off me, you bastard!" She kicked and struggled and finally let go of her. She jumped out of bed, immediately flicked on the light to find nothing but her empty bed. She looked on the other side of the bed, underneath it, and in the closet. She went through the house, checking her grandkids' rooms before looking into every closet and every cranny of the house, only to find no one else there but her family with the door still locked from the inside. I was obviously shocked. I didn't know what to say. My mom's never been one to make up stories, so I had to believe her. I knew she hadn't dreamt it, but I also didn't understand why. But I am also acutely aware that spirits seemed to follow her and our entire family from house to house. Another week passed with odd things happening. There would be a mug placed on the kitchen counter to fill with coffee, but when Jay returned with the pot to fill it, it would be no longer there. Look around and finally find the mug down the hall in the bathroom. Amy would also not enter her room without an adult, then cower while pointing in the closet or wardrobe. There were constant oddities like that, but things finally came to a head one night. My mom called me in the morning again and asked if I could come as soon as possible. She sounded quite frantic, so I headed over immediately. Amy was watching a kids' program in the living room, so my mom could speak to me in the kitchen. She said something really bad had happened the night before. She was sitting in the living room getting Amy ready for bed when she heard a loud slam against the wall down the dark hallway where Amy's room was. They both became stiff, stared down towards her room. My mom said whatever was coming down the hall towards them made a loud flapping sound that got louder and closer it got to them. My mom hugged Amy to her tightly as a pair of enormous black wings came barreling at them and then paused at the entrance of the stairs by the kitchen. It pivoted, then loudly shrieked as it spiraled down the stairs into the basement. Stunned, my mom and Amy sat there for a moment, not moving or saying anything. Finally, Amy just wriggled away from Grandma, cautiously made her way toward the stairs and looked down. Then Amy turned to Grandma, pointed down the stairs and whispered, "Shh." My mom all but lost it. Amy slept on the couch that night while my mom slept in her easy chair. My mom was just kind of shaking by the end of the story, and she had tears in her eyes. She said to me, "I need you here because I have to do something important." She went down the hallway to Amy's room. I heard the closet door open, and when she came back, cradling the clown doll in her arms, I swore at her. Amy saw the clown and ran to me frantically saying, "Shh, shh, shh, shh," and was crying in fear. My mom said she needed to take the doll out in the front to throw it out, but first she was going to smash that porcelain head to bits. When she went outside, Amy clung to me in tears. My mom knew Amy would need me when she went outside with the clown. Again and again, my mom slammed the clown's head against the pavement, but no matter how many times or how violently she did it, it wouldn't break. After many attempts to shatter the head failed, my mom defeatedly buried it in the garbage pile that we sort of have and hoped it would be picked up the next day. She couldn't do anything else at that point but just have it gone from their life. Later I asked her why she had kept it. She said it just felt right burying it and she absolutely adored it. The rest of us were creeped out by it, with good reason, obviously. She said she put it up at the top of Amy's closet one day when Amy was at daycare. She had covered it so it wouldn't be seen when I went in there. I hadn't seen it, and neither did Amy, but I felt something was off in that house every time I went over. She had assured me it was gone, so I trusted her. But Amy felt it too, and was scared by what resided not only in her closet, but also in that wardrobe. Jay felt it and experienced strange things as well, but nothing compared to the black wings and the creature in my mom's bed. Needless to say, all the weird stuff stopped after that. My mom's always trusted my intuition, and hers was certainly off that day in the thrift shop. But I always say, we always choose what's familiar to us. When you live in a haunted house your whole life, that becomes your normal, however abnormal that may seem to others. And the normalcy my mom felt when she saw that damned clown felt good somehow, no matter how much the rest of us felt the evil that it possessed. I saw a man in my girlfriend's mirror. My girlfriend lives with her parents in a home that they built. Bear with me as I try to explain this. On the top level of her house, there are 4 rooms. Her parents' room, her bathroom. Parents have one of their rooms, so she gets the other. And a spare bedroom where her now deceased grandfather lived before he passed away a couple of years ago. Her house has always had weird vibes, shadows that moved across doors, people in the corner of your eye, and weird unexplained cold spots in random but consistent locations. All these things I've considered easy to write off since I don't consider myself a skeptic, but I'm not anxious to get out looking for anything paranormal either. The way the top floor is laid out is you can see the spare bedroom's doorway and her bathroom mirror if you keep the door ajar, and in this case, was. I was brushing my teeth while she was downstairs getting water for us two, nothing unusual. I got an overwhelming sense that I was being watched. Something that happens in her house, but never felt anything quite like this. Stopped brushing, I looked up. There in the mirror was someone staring back at me from the spare bedroom door. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, so I just continued brushing, looking up every few seconds later, and he was still there. He was an older-looking man in a flat cap and plaid pajamas. Turned to look over my shoulder, and there was absolutely no one in that doorway. After confirming with her that no one else was even in the same floor as me when this happened, her parents were watching a movie downstairs, I'm left with no idea of who this could have been. Spoke to her mom the next day, and she claims her father never wore anything like that and didn't quite match the description of what I saw either. I don't think she really believes me. Experiences in my house. I live with my mom and cats in a 2-story plus basement home, which we just recently moved into, within the last month. Before this, we were living in a basement apartment as it sort of helped us get back into our feet over the last year after some pretty heavy stuff in the family. In most of the houses I lived in growing up, strange things happen in the majority of them. For example, a basketball randomly bouncing in my hallway in the early hours of the morning. But something about that basement apartment just kind of halted all of the strange activity happening at home. And this is when I started becoming more aware of the shadows, cold spots, and more at my girlfriend's house. You can find out within the subreddit. In saying that, now in my new living situation, it seems that for some unknown reason, whatever has been following me around is back in full action. I'll list some of my experiences to make it easier to follow. Cupboards open here on their own. Literally, you can shut them and leave the room for 30 seconds. They'll be open when you come back. My oven and stove light turn on by themselves, all the time. I have a small fan on my nightstand that turns on by itself. The door to the basement will be closed in the morning despite my mother and I never doing that, as the cats need to access their litter boxes down there. I'm usually up later than Mom, so she'll check the locks on the front and back door, and then I'll double check when I go to bed to make sure they're locked, just for both of them to be unlocked in the morning. Things go missing and reappear suddenly. For example, my mom has 2 Christmas ornaments that she absolutely loves. While we were decorating the tree this year, she hung the first one and the second one was nowhere to be found. When we both started looking for it, we were on the last bag of tree decorations that we store in clear plastic bags. She and I both looked for it in this bag when there were about 10 ornaments left in the bag. Not an overwhelming amount of them or anything. Yet we both couldn't find it. After I explained the story to my girlfriend after she came over that night, I picked that bag up, and sure enough, the ornament was in there. What's really started to startle me is 2 things that happened to me within the last week or so. I was walking up the stairs to go to bed last week. Something tugged on the back of my shirt, almost causing me to fall down the stairs. Then, just 2 nights ago, I was laying on my phone, playing some dumb games, trying to sleep, and then all of a sudden I just became completely still. I didn't know what was getting into me. I just had this overwhelming, anxious, and fearful feeling. After about 30 seconds, I started feeling cold breaths on the back of my neck. Started to completely freak out at this point, just stayed still for about 5 minutes until suddenly the breathing stopped. All of my negative feelings vanished like they were never even there. I apologize for the long post, but I truly don't understand any of this. Tug on my shirt had playful vibes to it, but my experience the other night really shook me. Does anybody have any idea what this could be, and why would the activity stop in that particular house, and why is it back so strong in this new one? Is my girlfriend's house just somewhere it could target me while I was living in the basement apartment? I really don't know. Encountered a cult. Not camping alone again. This happened to me a while back when I decided to go on another camping trip alone. I always liked camping alone. There's something serene and sobering about being isolated in the middle of the wilderness. I always found it relaxing. So I planned out what trail I was going to take, packed my camping gear and my rifle for protection. Jumped in my truck. I get to this trail early in the morning, hike about 15-20 miles until I find the right spot. Head off the trail to find a place and put my tent up, and I stumble upon this nice-sized clearing. I decide that it's a nice, beautiful spot to settle down. I'm exhausted at this point, but set up the tent at the southernmost edge of the clearing next to the tree line. I manage to get a fire going. I roast some weenies, and I start to hear a sound in the distance underneath all the forest noise. It sounded like an animal. Likely a deer, I thought. Maybe with the lame legs, it sounded like the animal was making a walking and dragging noise. I felt bad for the poor guy, but it was too far away and it was getting dark, so I couldn't really go find it and put it out of its misery, so think nothing of it after that, and I go about eating my food. After I eat, I douse the fire, crawl into my tent, and insert myself into my sleeping bag. I decide that even at my exhausted and relaxed state, I really can't go to sleep. So I pull out a book and I just start to read by the light of my lamp. Hours go by. I hear that sound again, this time closer, right at the opposite side of this clearing here, and I was pretty surprised. Put my book down. I listen to this animal drag across the clearing toward my tent. It's really loud at this point, and it's now sounding like hooves are being, heavily planted. That's along with this dragging noise following seconds after. Like a deer is dragging something along. It makes it to about what I assume is the middle of the clearing and stops. I hear nothing. No breathing, not a sound from this animal. I unzip the tent and look into the clearing. Nothing but trees and darkness. What the fuck? Unnerved at this point, I zip the tent back up and sit there listening for other noises. Nothing, just crickets and breeze. I decide that there's a lot of strange noises in the woods and try not to let it bother me. Besides, I have my rifle. I start to doze off when I hear men's laughter off in the distance to my right. Then women's laughter, sticks snapping far off to my left. I'm up now, wondering if what I'm hearing is really what I'm hearing or just a product of being half asleep. I hear morphine laughing from a couple other different directions. All different. Like old men, old women, even children. And confirm that it's real. The noises are closing in and I grab my rifle preparing to fire a warning shot off into the air in case they come too close. Something about this laughter, how far in I was, the noise earlier in the time of night told me that this was not another family strolling through. I was on edge enough already, but then I noticed that the nightlife was dead quiet. Not even the wind was making any noise. I decided enough was enough. I unzipped the tent, fired a shot into the night. I sat there, surveyed the tree line, saw nothing. Listened intensely to my surroundings, no laughing, and the forest sounds had returned. Relaxing just a bit and figuring that scared whoever off, I sat down in my exhausted state and I fell asleep. Good on you. I wake up later in a cold sweat. I'm racked with anxiety and it was still dark outside. I immediately hear two people whispering not too far away from my tent. Alert, grab my rifle. Listen to what they're saying. Can't make out much, but I hear something about being lost. So I shout, "Hey, who's there?" The voices fall silent. I shout again, "You guys lost? Who's there?" Suddenly a huge burst of flame, like a flamethrower, erupted from the middle of the clearing, illuminating several silhouettes of people just standing around. In shock, I fire my rifle, blowing a hole in the front of my tent, and it goes dark. Without checking my surroundings, I get up and sprint out of my tent, making a hard left back to where the trail was. I hiked until sunrise back to my truck with my head over my shoulder the entire way. Never heard anybody follow me. Never saw anyone or anything the whole way, but couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. After that, my enjoyment of camping alone left me like I left all my gear in the woods that night. Gotta know if you went back for it. Room is haunted. So I've been creeping on this community for a while now, but I haven't had too many seemingly paranormal things happen to me in my life. So I really haven't had anything to share. I recently moved in with two of my friends, and in the past 2 or 3 months I've experienced some unexplainable things in my room. For context, my roommates are a couple, and as such share a bedroom on the main floor of the house. The basement is finished and I have a fairly large room in the back corner. The house itself isn't really scary or anything, and I wouldn't necessarily say that I got that typical feeling of dread during any of these experiences. They've all happened fairly late at night, usually as I'm drifting to dreamland or already asleep. Here are the most prevalent ones. 1. I was always asleep, or I would fall asleep on either of my sides. I'm a girl with fairly long hair, which I always part off center on one side. I know this probably doesn't seem relevant, but it will help me explain why I think someone or something was there with me. I stay up fairly late, and I was starting to doze off this particular night. Something touched my hair, enough to bring me back to full wakefulness. At first, I thought that because of how far apart my part was to the side, that maybe gravity had eventually taken over a large piece of it and slid down across that part. I reached up to move it back, only to find that my part was still intact, and that side of my hair was tucked behind my ear. Got a minor feeling of unease, but I was very tired and I started to fall back asleep. Right as I was about to reach full sleep, it happened again, this time a little bit less gentle. It was a similar feeling to just slightly running your fingers through the top part of your hair to sweep it out of your eyes, and again, I was just woken up but still didn't feel scared or unsafe, just unsettled. Nothing else happened that night that I'm aware of. 2. In a very similar circumstance to the event one above, I had just turned off the TV, set my alarm, put my phone on the side table. I got all my blankets situated and rolled onto my side. I was now facing the nearest wall. On the side that my back was facing, I felt the very recognizable sensation of somebody sitting down on the edge of my bed. And again, I didn't feel unsafe, but a little bit creeped out maybe. Decided to look over my shoulder, and you guessed it, nothing was there. 3. This happened last night, and while I didn't feel horrified, it was definitely the event that made me the most uncomfortable, and a little bit scared. I listen to the app Calm every night as I'm falling asleep. Either a story, gentle music, or white noise sounds. Last night I'd chosen the City Rain option. I woke up sometime during the night to a tapping sound which probably woke me because it sounded different enough from the rain, and to me it sounded similar to when a girl has acrylic nails and is texting. You know the sound of the nail hitting the glass screen. For some reason I didn't really want to open my eyes, but I did anyway. In my blurry sleep vision, coupled with not having contacts in, I saw what I think was a man wearing a suit standing next to my night table. Positions, that way he wasn't right next to the bed, but the table was in between him and the bed. One hand was at his side and the other was just tapping my phone with one finger. I quickly shut my eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. The tapping sound was still there, but gradually merged back with the rain sounds, making me feel crazy. Old Norse evil deity of some sort. So I'll get right into it. About 10 years ago, when I was only 16, I used to babysit for a family. Their daughter was about 1 or 2 years old when this happened. I'll call her Ellie. So the day of the incident, I decided to take Ellie out for a walk in her stroller. It was the middle of the day in the summer, and in a really nice neighborhood. So neither Ellie or me had any reason to feel anxious or scared about walking there. There were people out in their gardens, etc. Well, me and Ellie had been out walking for about half an hour. We'd come to a part of the neighborhood which I hadn't been in before. All of a sudden, it feels as if I got a shower of ice-cold water, and at the same time, Ellie started to look uncomfortable in the stroller, whining a bit even. The feeling didn't disappear, and I just felt this awful feeling of dread. I continued walking around the next bend, and there was a smaller open field. At this field, there was an old Norse Viking burial site. I live in Sweden. So practically just some big stones in a formation. You can Google it, I don't really know how to explain it in a good way. The feeling of dread did not disappear, but rather became worse the further I walked. Best way to describe it was like pure hate, like we weren't welcome at this place. Felt like I was walking in a dark alley in the middle of the night in some really sketchy place. You know the feeling. Frantically kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to get attacked or something. Ellie, who sat with her back against me, just didn't see my reaction. Also started acting more and more strange, as if she was scared and uncomfortable. After about 10 minutes of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I just turned and went back from where we came. When we get about 20 meters from the field with the burial site, Ellie started hysterically screaming, looking straight at this hedge there that we were passing. That she saw something was in there, I guess. Picked her up, held her here in my arms closest to the hedge, and she was like throwing herself toward my other arm to get away or far away from that hedge as possible. The thing is, I could see through the hedge and it wasn't anything there. Not even like a cat or something. She kept looking straight at it as we passed it, still in full-blown panic mode. When we came to the field, she motioned toward the stones, looking at me and then back to the stones. Still wasn't anything in sight. I could actually see how she followed something with her eyes, though. I was fucking scared at this point, and at the same time trying to act normal to try and calm Ellie down. The weirdest thing was that when we came to the exact spot where it felt like I got a cold shower, all the feelings of dread and fear disappeared. Like 100 to 0, one step to the next. Not only for me, but Ellie also went from panic to calm at the exact same moment. She wanted to sit in the stroller again and was her normal happy self. Anybody in here who have any ideas what this could have been? It's been 10 years. Still haven't dared to step a foot on that part of the neighborhood again. Never experienced such a strong feeling of dread, like something just hated us being there. Have any in-laws? I had a spirit attached to me. When I was about 5 years old, I lived in Hawaii with my parents and younger sister. My dad was in the military, and that's where he was stationed at the time. Now, let me preface this by saying that I don't remember this specifically, but my mom told me about it years later. It's definitely relevant, especially looking back at events that I do remember. There was this closet underneath the staircase in our home, Harry Potter style. My sister and I used to play in it all the time. I do remember the closet, and I do remember playing it a whole lot, but I don't ever remember this. My mother told me I used to talk to somebody in there. Someone who wasn't my sister. She said I would be in there alone talking to someone. She would ask me, and all I would say was that, there was a little girl, and she was my friend. No big deal, right? Kids have imaginary friends, but after everything, I'm sure it was no imaginary friend. I'm not sure when this started specifically, but I do know that this is the first thing that I'm aware of, involving this little girl. Now, eventually, my family and I moved to the state that we live in now. The little girl followed, apparently. We lived in a total of 3 places in the state I live in now, and relevant as I mentioned the 3 houses over this explanation as there have been experiences in every place. One day my aunt showed up to her first place of residence when no one was home. Didn't really have an idea why, but later on that day my aunt had asked my mom why I was home from school that day, and I wasn't. My mom told my aunt this, and she said that she had seen a little girl in one of our windows staring outside. Her chin was resting in her hands. Her hair was in 2 braids. Apparently, she looked at me like my aunt thought it was me. I was indeed at school that day, so was my sister, and as far as I can recall, this was the only experience involving the girl in the place. I was still fairly young, so I didn't remember. Anyway, we moved into the house my grandparents were living in. They had moved to a new house and decided to rent their house to my parents now, so we moved into this place, and my grandparents had been experiencing things in this house. My grandma had nicknamed the entity that they'd been experiencing Hank. Anyway, we moved in and started experiencing things that we hadn't before. Things would go missing or be obviously moved from their previous place. Also, I should mention my mom had experiences involving a little girl over the years before moving to this house. She would hear a little girl's voice saying "mommy" sometimes, and she was sure it wasn't me or my sister. So anyway, we knew that these 2 entities were different. One was the little girl, and one was the one who was moving her things around, Hank. That's because we had experiences with me talking to a little girl. My aunt seeing her, and my mom hearing her. We never experienced our things being moved until we moved into this house. It became kind of a game. When something would go missing, Hank would be scolded by whoever the owner of said item was, and we would ask him to put it back. He was super harmless in general, just liked to move our things. My mom said that she would ask for her stuff back and she would find it somewhere that she was sure that she had checked. Like, things in this house mainly revolved around Hank, though. Our things would go missing a lot and we'd ask for them back and they'd show back up. There were 2 instances where Hank got angry and lashed out, though. I personally witnessed this both times. It was scary, but not in a way where I feared for myself. Can't remember which instance happened first, so I'll just tell him in a random order. My memory's kind of shit and I can't recall. My dad was a drinker. He also had an anger problem. He was drinking one night and started drunkenly yelling at how Hank needs to stop messing with her stuff. Kind of funny looking back seeing how casual we were living in a haunted house with 2 ghosts, but my dad was standing in the living room where I was as well. Maybe my mother and sister too. Just listening to this drunken rant about her ghost, and all of a sudden one of the light bulbs in the ceiling blew, like exploded and shattered glass in the room. Another instance was that my grandma was over visiting. She and my mom were talking in the kitchen while I was in there as well we're talking about Hank, and my grandmother mentioned that maybe we should contact someone to get rid of the entity. Out of nowhere, a picture that had been sitting on a shelf behind my grandma, it just falls to the ground, nearly hitting her. Now, Hank is just kind of a side part of the whole story, with the little girl, but I felt the need to include him as he does eventually follow us from this house to the house my parents are currently living in. I'm moved out now, living with my husband and daughter. My mom actually told Hank to take care of the little girl ghost that had been following us since Hawaii. Maybe it had been even before then, but I never mentioned her and my mother until Hawaii. To be fair, I was far too young before then to tell my mom anything. I guess when we moved from this house to the one my parents currently live in, he followed us. He felt the need to stay with the little girl and felt the need to stay with me. Anyway, one more experience for this house involving the little girl. I heard her voice. Probably not the first time, but this is the first time I remember hearing it, very audibly. I was walking through the living room to the kitchen. On the way, it was a very small house, and I had to pass by the little space that had this tiny hallway, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. They were all bunched together and they were kind of situated right off between the living room and the kitchen. On the walk through the living room, right as I passed by the tiny hallway, I heard a little girl's voice saying, "Mommy." Sister didn't sound like that, and she didn't call my mom like that. My mom was in the kitchen, my dad was, I'm assuming, at work. It wasn't scary, it was just kind of oh, there she is. So, we eventually moved to my house, and my parents are currently living in, and Hank and the little girl followed. And a side note, my mom's experienced other entities in the house that they live in now, and I'm not sure where they came from. Now, on to everything I experienced in this house. Because I was older, I do remember everything that happened. But honestly, couldn't tell you if this was all the little girl or not. I'm only sure about one of these instances being her as I heard her voice. The other times, I can't be sure. Let me preface this by saying I'm afraid in this house sometimes, and I can't quite tell you why exactly, but I always had this fear being in my room alone or being in the attic. And, coincidentally, my closet in the room had a tiny, ceiling that led to the attic. It was definitely my closet that I was afraid of. Anyway, on to the actual experiences. I don't know in what order, I'll just tell them randomly. I thought you already said that. One was not something I experienced, but my dad saw this one. We went to check on me as I slept. I slept with the door open because my cat liked to come in and out of my room, so I kept my door open for her. My parents' room was directly across from mine, and my sister's room just next to mine. So he just peeked his head into the room to check on me as he was coming to bed. He saw I was asleep, laying on my side with my knees bent. He said he saw someone crouched down on the bed sitting just behind my legs, their knees pulled to their chest, and when he looked back at me a second later it was gone. One time, I'm sitting in my parents' room, sitting in the computer chair. I was playing games on the computer. I had the door shut and I was alone in the room. Not even any pets in the room with me, and out of nowhere I felt the chair lurch forward, as though somebody had shoved it or even kicked the back of the chair while I was in it. One time, I'm laying in my bed on my right side, and I remember this vividly because it was terrifying. I felt a hand slide underneath my pillow from behind me. Didn't look back to see because I honestly was too scared of what I might see. One time, I'm just laying in the living room on the couch at night crying because my hip was hurting. I've grown up having a lot of hip pain. I heard a little girl's voice saying it's okay, and I knew it was the little girl because I felt so comforted and calm. I wasn't scared at all. One time, I'm sitting in the living room with the couch. My living room was set up so that if I was sitting on the couch, I could turn my head left and see directly down the hallway. That's where my parents' room was, at the end on the left, and my room was at the end on the right. Can't remember if I'd turned my head or if I was sitting on the couch with my legs in the couch as well, but it's completely facing the hallway while I watched TV. The TV was set up on the wall right next to the hallway. I saw a white figure with its head bent down move from my room to my parents' room. So, yeah, I know this is super disorganized and all over the place, but that's all the paranormal experiences I've ever had. I haven't had any experiences since moving out, so I think the little girl finally decided to stay with my parents instead of me. I welcomed her. I voiced out when I left that she could come with me, but I've never felt her presence. So I think she thought that she would stay with my parents. Well, Hank and whatever other entities are in that house. Hank is a solid ghost name. The shadow people and sleep paralysis. I've had the occasional sleep paralysis involving shadow people at least 2 or 3 times per year. When I was younger, I just froze but still tried to fight back. In dreams, if you tried fighting them, your fists would slide off their face. It's hard to explain. Fighting them and breaking out of the paralysis involves the same thing. The feeling you get is like pushing 2 sides of the same magnet polarity. Hitting them could be as simple as changing the way you punch. A back fist instead of straight. A quick change tends to throw them off. Breaking out of the paralysis is like pulling away from a magnet. It requires more strength, physical and mental, especially if you can predict the paralysis before it hits. Now, to the shadow people. I'm not sure what they are, only what I observed. They can take any shape, not just shadow, and attack in dreams too. They like to take the shape of a dead loved one to get the reaction from you. It's to feed off of your emotions. Before the paralysis hits, if you're awake, it feels like a warm wind hitting you. Then it tries to hold you down or bear hug you. Obviously scaring the crap out of you and feeding the things. At first, trying to fight back was frustrating. But when I finally was able to move, I tried to wrestle what was holding me off. It didn't take a form, but when I grabbed and pushed, I could feel its forearm and wrists. During one of the wrestling fests in a dream, I got so angry that my hands started to burn. They flamed blue and the thing started to screech, turned shadow and fled out my door. The flames spread all over me. I could feel the heat, but it didn't burn me. Did I freak out? Nope. I chased it out of the door and bear hugged until its screaming stopped. Since then, when they attacked in dreams, I like to grab an arm or throat and burn away. It's gotten so that whatever they attack, it's only in groups now. No more singles. The scream sounds like a small dinosaur from old movies. I'll give a quick example. I was asleep on my back when I felt one coming, straight through the bottom of the bed and kind of crab-grabbed me. We fought and I ended up choking it from behind, stood up and went for the throat burn. At this point it's screeching when my mom comes out of her room. Mom's been dead for years, so I say. I don't know who you are, but my mom's been dead a long time. Standing behind the first one, squeezing, making it scream when my mom starts to shake and scream and turn into one of those things. I tossed the first thing into the other and told them to get the hell out. They're not welcome here. Dream ends, but that brings me to my next point. Ever see a loved one while dreaming? They're just evil and hurtful. Recently, deceased who don't miss you try to hurt you or make you feel worse. It ain't them. The shadow people can take any shape, remember? But that raw emotion you feel thinking it's a loved one attacking you feeds their form. It may take practice, but try fighting back and remember it's possible to break out of the paralysis. What you see may be an imposter, so don't lose control over your emotions. A few UFO encounters and the freakout. Hey guys, I wanted to share a few UFO encounters that I've had. The first was when I was about 11, driving home with my dad. I looked out the window and I saw a ship. It was shaped more like a small city, black with multiple spires. I told my dad, and he saw it as well. Gunned it home. The odd part was his reaction, which was connected to the next encounter. I asked about the ship and he went apeshit, started screaming about nothing being there, not seeing it. Even though he described it when I pointed it out, like... Fast forward to about 4 years ago. That makes me around 34. I'm at work at the hotel. The housekeeper calls me over. It's a Veterans Day, so I figured she wants me to check out the parade or something. She points out a white sphere in the sky. We stare at it and it moves at an insane speed and then splits into 6 smaller spheres. I tell her congratulations on her first UFO sighting. It keeps moving around the parade and I tell her not to worry, it's probably just observing. The thing is when I ask later if any more weird stuff came out, I got the same reaction. Total freak out screaming about not seeing anything and that it's not real. Like if the mind can't handle the situation and just melts down. This final one is a bit more interesting. I'd let my dogs out at night for potty. Then a head count as they came back inside. Before I went in, I noticed a star bigger than the others. Not being a runner, I stayed put. I got closer and I got a better look. It was a 4-pointed star with many points, about the size of a pressure cooker, all pulsating different colors. I decided to try telepathy, and it didn't work or do anything fancy, like cross my legs or Om. Just thought in my head like when you do a grocery list. I asked if it meant harm, gave me red for no, green for yes, got a red for no, asked if it came from the stars, turned green, asked if it was just here for recon, and again green. Finally thought, okay, you can be on your way, and it flew higher and further. My point on the last one is to try and stay calm. Might scare you a bit, but it's the best way to remember what you saw. I didn't get any missing time or the usual stuff like strange markings. Just an odd encounter. Types of black-eyed kid encounters. To start, I worked downtown at a hotel, and I've had 2 BEK experiences that I'd like to share. Black-eyed kid. The first was on a walk to my bus stop from work. It's a good 8 blocks. While I'm waiting at the crosswalk, I noticed a teen girl across the way staring. So I slightly turn and I see that she looks normal. Pixie haircut, your average teen, except her eyes are black. Whole thing, no white at all. Here's the strange part. When I looked, she started to panic, looking for somewhere to run. As soon as the light's green, she sprints away. I found it odd that the BEK panicked. Usually the other way around. Till this day I kick myself that I didn't follow. But the only thing I was worried about was missing the dang bus. The other experience happened at work. We have 3 laundry rooms for guests, and one day a female guest asked me for my help. She had on her gym clothes, so I informed her about her 24-hour gym. She made small talk, but the pupils of her eyes were off, like a lava lamp changing shape quickly. Just the black part. Nothing felt wrong or scary, just the eyes were strange. Googled like crazy, but couldn't find contacts with this effect. They're all static and non-moving. Her pupils moved like a lava lamp, or Rorschach's masks, if you will. I wonder if any of you guys have heard of different types of BEK or anything similar. Immediately made me think of scleral contacts. Which, if they're not lined up with your eyeball, because it's like a semi-sphere, then when they turn their eyeball around, if it's a cheap one, it'll actually sort of, I don't know, picture an air bubble in there, so it's sort of moving around a little bit. I've seen that. The San Pedro haunting. In 1989, a 23-year-old woman named Jackie Hernandez moved into a small home along with her kids in San Pedro, California. She had just divorced her husband and was still a student. She was doing multiple jobs during the night. Although stressful, she was doing her best to support her family and be financially stable. Beginning of the paranormal. About a month after moving into this house, Jackie returned home after a long, stressful day. With her kid sound asleep, she switched the TV and sat in front of it trying to relax. As she was sitting, she started hearing sounds that resembled pebbles falling down inside the walls. She muted the TV and started keenly listening to this periodic sound. As curiosity took over, she walked toward the wall and started listening to it by placing her ear on the wall. She was assuming that this could be the work of a rodent in the attic. She started hearing footsteps. Startled, she pulled herself off the wall and coincidentally, the sound stopped. Since it was the first time something like this has happened during their 1 month at the house, she convinced herself, thinking that this sound was the work of rodents, decided to deal with it later. Susan witnesses the weirdness. A couple of days later, Jackie's friend Susan visited her. With the kids asleep, the friends were relaxing on the couch as they were having a general conversation. They stopped talking as they heard a loud bang in the kitchen. It sounded as if something had fallen. At this point, Jackie had already told Susan about the weird sound that she'd heard 2 days back. That's when they heard this loud bang. They were confused if they should relate it to the footsteps from the attic or if they should seek a logical explanation. They cautiously walked toward the kitchen where they saw a picture lying on the floor. This picture was hanging on 2 nails on the wall. One was on the floor with the nails that had been hanging standing on their head right next to it. It appeared as if someone had intentionally placed those nails that way. Susan was freaked out by this and she left the house immediately. Jackie threw away this picture, along with the nails. A babysitter in the house. The next day, Susan sent a 16-year-old babysitter named Tina to Jackie's house as she had requested. Jackie was extremely stressed because of her studies and work, leaving her kids with Tina. She took a break to re-energize herself. So, Tina put the kids to sleep, sat on the couch watching TV. She suddenly had the urge to check if the kids were all right, and she walked toward their room to do the same. As she was about to open their room door, it opened by itself. Tina did not pay much attention to this, ran into the room to make sure the kids were safe and sound. Once she made sure that the kids were safe, she tiptoed out of the room to avoid waking them up. As she gently closed the door, she noticed that the door was trying to open itself up again. In the name of finding a rational explanation, she concluded that the house was not leveled properly. Perhaps it was tilted at an angle. When Jackie returned home, she told this incident, expecting her to say something positive. But Jackie's reaction frightened her. With a pale face, Jackie told her that strange things are quite common in that house. With her shift for the day ending, Tina left the house. Jackie called Tina to come over the next day to babysit her kids, and when Tina arrived, she took her into the kitchen to instruct her how and when to feed the kids. While she was explaining, she noticed that Tina suddenly stopped paying attention to what she was saying, started looking right through her. When she asked what was wrong, Tina asked her if a new bulb was placed in the corner she was pointing at. Jackie slowly turned her head to the room and it became quiet. Both Tina and Jackie stood staring at the eerie light blob. It appeared to be floating in thin air. It was slowly moving around. Jackie rushed back to her room, took her camera with her, took a picture of this light to reconfirm what she had just seen. A.L. over the walls. After this incident, or event, Jackie stopped framing logical explanations and started wondering what was wrong in the house. She couldn't reach out to the police because she would be called crazy, nor could she reach out to anyone other than Tina and Susan. Although Tina and Susan were supportive, even they knew nothing about the things happening inside the house. So, she finally ended up reaching out to her ex-husband, who was still on good terms. While she initially told experiences, he thought that she was trying to get his attention as she was feeling lonely. He felt that she was trying to get back to him and felt bad for the situation she was in. Despite not believing her, he played along with her. At one point, he stood up and told her that she had to call out the entity in the house that was troubling her. Saying this, he started calling out this entity, despite Jackie pleading with him not to. Still, she was expecting something weird to happen. But despite him calling out multiple times, nothing did happen. He told Jackie that there was nothing to worry about and left the house. Jackie was disappointed by this and walked toward her closet to put her folded-up clothes in it. When she opened her closet, she was greeted by walls filled with words A.L. on them, or letters. The A was red and the L was blue. This was moments after her husband had called out the entity, and she was reassured that something sinister was sharing the house with her. Pursued by Child Protective Services. Oof. After this incident, Jackie only confided in Susan, started going on walks with her to feel better. One day while walking with her, she met her landlord. Susan instantly told about the events in the house and asked him if there was any idea about why this was happening. He felt bad for her situation, told Jackie that he would ask the local press, or priests, to visit. So the next day her house was visited by 2 priests. She told them about the experiences that she had, and they turned to bless the house and left. Their visit did not make things better for Jackie. Instead, it made them worse. The priests ended up calling Child Protective Services and told them that she was not mentally fit to bring her children as she claimed her house was haunted. At this point, Jackie realized that opening up about her experiences would only get her labeled as a madwoman. Since she didn't have enough money to move out of the house, she was forced to stay in that house despite its eerie atmosphere. Also, Child Protective Services constantly followed up on her, which only made things worse. A group of paranormal investigators in the house. After a few weeks, Susan asked Jackie to reach out to a group of paranormal investigators. They wouldn't judge her. After giving it a thought for a couple of days, she ended up calling them. Although helpful, this group was confident that they could find a skeptical answer, despite visiting a multitude of reportedly haunted houses prior to this. They were always able to get a logical explanation, and nothing paranormal was ever recorded. A couple of days after calling them, this paranormal investigation team showed up at her doorstep. Jackie invited her ex-husband before they started the session. With her husband and kids in the room upstairs, Jackie started kind of just sharing her experiences with the team who recorded it. Minutes into the session, there was a power cut, which is quite normal. But Jackie was visibly petrified. She immediately told them that she anticipated stuff like that would happen. It was because of the entity in the attic. After hearing this, the cameraman of the group walked toward the attic with his camera, slowly crawled through its crawl space with his camera in his hands. Even at this point, he was sure that he would find nothing inside the attic. While all this was happening, Jackie's ex-husband, who was calmly lying down on the bed with his kids, heard somebody whisper, "Ask them to get the hell out of here," in his ear. He was startled by this, and the very next moment he heard the cameraman in the attic scream. When he walked out of the room to see what was happening, he saw this man literally fall out of the attic. He told him that something in the attic grabbed his camera from him. Despite being scared, he got into the attic once again to retrieve his camera. He found the body of his camera in a crate on one side of the attic and the lens on the other side. This event startled everyone in the house and changed the mindset of the members of the team. They ended up leaving the house at once, promising to return back later. Pansies. Jackie felt that the team had disturbed the entity in the house and she was anticipating something bad to happen. So that night she put her kids to sleep and eventually passed out on the couch. Suddenly she woke up as she felt extremely cold. When she opened her eyes, she saw the figure of an old man staring at her kids. When she shouted in fear, the figure disappeared. She immediately ran out of the house with her kids and called the paranormal investigation team again. Since her call wasn't picked up, she left a voicemail, telling them what had just happened and pleaded with them to come back and help. When they heard her voice on the voicemail, they decided to go back to the house to help her. When they reached her house, they found her outside in the house in her pajamas with her kids. They calmly took her back into the house and started walking through it. This place had a strange silence. It was very calm. Due to the calmness, the investigators decided to go back into the attic and take a few snaps. So, leaving Jackie and one investigator near the ladder to the attic, the two others went into the attic with the camera. After completely checking the attic space, they found nothing and things stayed completely normal. While they were almost done, Jackie started constantly calling them down and she felt that something bad was going to happen. While the two of them were walking toward the ladder, the one who had the flashlight was yanked back into the attic. His flashlight fell down and the place became completely dark. The other person was freaked out and he spammed clicks on his camera to use its flash as a flashlight. With this flickering light, he found the person who was yanked back. He was hoisted up onto the rafters of the attic and he was tied to a post. This sight completely freaked him out and he started to call the investigator standing with Jackie for help. The both of them untied their colleague and upon investigation found strangle marks in his neck. The three of them literally jumped out of the attic with their equipment and ran out of the house. Strangely, these weird happenings in the house stopped after this incident. What you're not using, pass along. I think that's what they say.